Yes, we are good to go, Southeast Dusty. Yes, we're good. Just what's going on. Thanks for tuning in. So everyone watching right now. And let me just announce this. You could have spent your Saturday night anywhere else. I mean, things are starting to reopen, even though we're on our way back to a COVID lockdown. So if you're out there, I wouldn't be too happy. But anyway, oh, that didn't take long. What's going on, Edward? I just got started.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it just timing.
Yeah, yeah. But tonight's subject matter is we gonna talk about Obama, what he said, how we feel as black men about that shit, and whatever else we decide to talk about. But here it is. This is what I decided to do tonight's show on. I was gonna do an edited video giving my comments, but I think that this was better fleshed out and with a panel. So welcome to the show, Edward. Appreciate you for showing up.
No, I
So
absolutely appreciate it.
all right, so here's what we're gonna center the subject matter around. We can generally talk, like, I was gonna generally bring up some things about the Democrat Party and how they are becoming and morphing. Well, I don't know if I can exactly call it morphing, but how they're becoming the quote unquote black man hate party. And this is a man that, and I think you said this too. I think this is a man I voted for twice. Instead of just focusing on like the black men, the 80% who did vote for Joe Biden, the just and not focus on the egregious racist that voted for Trump. They they want to start focusing on the black men who voted for Trump, and you've seen several people come out and make statements about that. Maxine Waters, singer, entertainer Janelle Monáe, uh, Simone Sanders back in the day. Black men and their unsolicited opinions, and then just a host of other things that you've seen. We've all seen that. We're gonna go through it tonight. So what are your thoughts? Because I think I remember seeing you had a telegram, and you were like very like it was it like you were taken aback by this. I'll just say it like that.
Well, not really. What it is I pop in, I pop out of there, and then when I scroll up to make sure I get everything, and something I'll go in on there to get it out without necessarily popping up a video, and then that turn into 2 hours. But I really wasn't taken aback by it. I mean, Obama has made statements before. I mean, if you this is why I need to get. This is why I really need to set that blog up, stop bullshit. Because truth is, I could do a whole thing saying, okay, these are all the statements in one page that Obama has said in the last like 24 months about black men or slick shit, just to document it. So people can't say, oh, it's one thing. Just like that should have been something with Biden, something that can be easily shared and be a good point of reference, because we know people don't research, and that's fine. Curating content there's value in that. What really annoyed me by this was like I said before in the last video, Biden, like Trump, I mean not Trump, Obama singled out black men. And it's like, first of all, this is not a good long-term strategy for the Democratic Party, because, and this just shows you the emotionality of it, because they actually believe, what do they believe? That black men are just gonna sit there and just deal with that? The truth is, I'm glad Obama did it, because he's making my life easier. Because all these dudes that are pro the Democrat, I'm talking about real pro Democratic Party, like they are operatives, like channels like New Possibilities, and I'm not calling anybody, I'm just saying stuff like that. Michael Imhotep, the folks is gonna tell you at the end of the day, vote Democrat no matter what, because they're the lesser of the two evils. Shit like this makes it harder for them, because and for dudes, I was just at the barbershop the other day, and it's a lot more dudes, even older dudes. They're not. Yeah, some of them try to do that Biden shit, but they not as ready to like say they older and shit like that, because they know what time it is. They know that it's starting to be overt. And I actually applaud Obama for doing this. I want them to say more, because the more they say how they feel, because there is no long-term strategy behind this. What you pissing black men off are gonna do, at the very least, black men are gonna stop voting for your ass. They that number is gonna go down as these older people die off. And if at worst, they might say, F it, I'm gonna vote for Trump. Think about it. Obama is talking shit about black men. The election's over. So now you're talking, as Obama has said, right? The election is over. He told McCain that. I remember that. That's one of his more famous quotes. It's over. So you have a runoff in Georgia. Is it 1 or is it 2?
Yeah, I know I know about the one with Raphael Warnock. And
is that the black dude, or is it?
Yeah, that's the black guy.
Okay, so think about that. Think about that for a second. In a state, Atlanta, is known with rappers and stuff. Think about it. So rather than focusing on doing everything you can to get the person that's your VP that will help your legacy in position to be able to have this first 2 years, because if you don't have it now, he's not going to have it. If he doesn't have a Democrat fully controlled thing, he's not going to have it after this. We know this. We can all agree on this. He damn sure probably ain't gonna have it after the election, during the next election. He's not gonna get that. Republicans do very well blaming Democrats for everything, no matter how much they fucked it up. I know I'm going long. My point is, so rather than focusing on that, he decides to single out the very black men that you need to come the fuck out to get a black man elected, as well as black women. You need everybody, all hands on deck. For you, for your people, for your shit, black niggas. So I'm saying that to say this: Obama's too smart to not know that there is no logic in what he said. So the point is,
excuse me real quick. Hey, Roger, you want to come back up? Come on. I don't see people on the screen share. So, just y'all and Gerald, if you want to come up to the panel, come up too, but continue, Edward.
They oh, Edward here. Fuck that. I'm getting what they boycotted. I love it. Anyway, but my main point though is this is how he feels. You see who his daughters are with. That ain't by accident, and that ain't just they were just around white people. There's other shit going on there too. It ain't just they just around white people, and that's just what it is. That's too obvious. So my thing is, this is how he feels. And the more they all say how they feel, I want them to feel very comfortable. Just like how we said we like racists to say how they feel. And honestly, even though Trump, look, I do believe Trump has racial tendencies, but I also believe he's an aristocrat as well. They're both racist, him and Biden. My point is, you want people to say how they feel so people cannot pretend like it's something else or you just bullshit. So he makes their life harder. He makes our life easier. And look, I'm a registered Democrat in North Carolina. So I'm not one of these, I'm more concerned. I'm probably more conservative than a lot of these niggas that try to act like they Republicans. But real talk, I'm not one of these. I'm an independent person. Treated as that. It's not that I'm sitting here, oh, I just don't like about. No. I'm for black men. So this makes our life easier ultimately. And because these motherfuckers can't defend that shit. Anyway.
Okay. Whatever. All right. What up, Roger? Long live the habitual line steppers. You there?
What's up, fellas? Long live the habitual line steppers. What's happening, y'all? What's happening?
Yeah.
Man, what's going on, bro? We on some Obama Black this evening, huh?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And it's like this. And it's like this. We're here to discuss, what he said, and and for people who voted for him, I feel like we had the right to speak on it. But we're also going to speak on the second part of the title too. Who are the allies of black men for real?
Okay.
Nobody.
Black men. Black men. That's why.
Let's be clear here. What percentage of black men would you actually believe are allies of black men? And this is how I preface that question.
No, no,
what percentage of black men do you know will prioritize black men either first or second against another group? I mean, how many black men do you
what's
really believe will prioritize black boys over black women?
now we talking about black over black men over black women. Most just about every last one of them gonna fall back because of a black
Yeah,
woman. That's gonna
yeah,
happen.
and even a few that will, and even a few that will, they're not gonna say that shit for women. They're not gonna be in front of women and say that shit.
No,
They gonna
they
make
gonna
the
do that.
case.
They gonna find a reason to justify getting out of her way. That's gonna happen. They gonna find a reason to get out of her way.
Yeah,
But I'm gonna say
exactly.
when it came to the Obama thing, I mean, Obama was what 2012 president, 2012 reelected 2016, right?
No, 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 no,
No,
no, no,
no,
no.
No,
that's too
he was
close. He was
2008
'08,
reelected
'08,
2012.
and right, and then 2012, right. So I was with him in '08. I was off that train by 2012. So I already kicked him to the curb because I said beforehand that I gave my vote to Ron Paul during that election, and the reason I gave my vote to Ron Paul because he also knew about the Constitution, which is part of the reason I voted for Obama in the first place. And I expected Obama to stick to his guns about the Constitution, and he didn't do that. Ron
Man,
Paul had did enough stuff that he at least stuck to his guns about the Constitution. Can't say everything else was great about him, but out of the choices I had available, he seemed like the smartest choice at the time. So I was already done with Obama by the
man,
2012 election.
man. But a vote for Ron Paul was a vote for Mitt Romney.
Well, that's it. That's it. When people say they're not like when people say, but here's my thing: when people say stuff like that, they're telling you they're not intelligent on the topic.
Not at
So
all.
it's kind of like, do you still want to engage? Like my thing, that's not intelligent. That's fear talking. That's slavery talking. I'd say, dude, you might as well sign up, be back on the plantation because that's literally how you talk. Because I mean, and just say, and my thing that I would say would just say is, fuck Obama. Just say that no matter who, the Democrat could be somebody in the Klan, and you would still find a way to vote for him. That's not true. Well, Biden's the closest thing you're going to get to that shit, because one of his favorite senators was a Klan member. Hillary, too. And so,
Nah,
like, my thing is, I don't care who you vote for, just don't act like, if you a sheep, say you a sheep. If you scared, say you scared. If you voting for the Dems because they know that's what your white bitch wants you to do, or you don't want to fuck up your interracial relationship, say that. Because we always talk about black conservatives that date white, when in actuality most of them do be with black women. Ironically, not only with black women,
You know what?
it be a lot of them liberals that be living the interracial fantasy half of them. But my point is, be honest. Don't like waste
Hey,
your time.
hey, Roger, you must be in traffic. Like you must be pulling
you
over.
know what? Hold on. Let me back up, man. Y'all know, man. I'm out here. I done got myself out here, folks. I done messed around and left the car on, drained the battery out. Now I gotta get somebody to give me a jump. So I'm waiting on
See,
somebody.
yep, there you go.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
bro.
I
I've
had
heard
to
of
walk
it.
away from traffic a little bit. Yeah, so I done left myself in a soft position right now. And it's cold out here right now, y'all. I'm in Chicago. It's starting to get a little
Well,
chilly.
man, hey, man, you gotta put it on mute for a second because it's like that's coming through all of that Chicago bullshit
Okay,
atmosphere.
okay.
Chicago wins.
Am I decent
That
right
is
now?
what it is.
Am I decent right now?
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
it's like
Am I
loud.
decent?
yeah, it's much better now, but yeah, it was kind of loud.
But yeah,
Okay, cool.
man. I
Nah,
mean,
I walked away from traffic.
Okay.
yeah, but that's what it is, man. So at the end of the day, just people need to be honest about what it is and what they stand, and that's where a lot of arguments come in because if folks deep down they know they can't stand on what the fuck they doing or what the fuck they did. So rather than but they still want to be right. Like at the end of the day, look, I voted for Obama twice. It was between Obama and Romney, man. Romney's one of these niggas that think capitalism can't die. So Romney will sit here and fuck up capitalism. That's why I didn't vote. And vote is not about at that point when he's in there, it's not about just voting for him. It's really voting for you either like the way shit is going or you don't. And if you don't, that's cool. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But that's why I voted for him. Even Yeah, that's why I voted for him. So it is what it is. But at the same time, black men don't have no friends, and black men need to stop looking for people to have friends, because at the end of the day, I ask you this: where is the incentive to be your friend? Where's the benefits of any other group to be friends with black men?
I mean, there ain't really much of an incentive as far as the the picture that they would see. There ain't really much of an incentive, even though in reality it would be an incentive because we're the greatest people. But I mean, when it come down to it, everybody leaves us bogus, and our problem is we done let it happen for so long that we out here basically on the island by ourselves, destitute, and we honestly we kind of help do it to ourselves, and that's why we just got to do something different and don't feel guilty about doing something different.
Yeah,
Helping
I
other
mean,
people ain't work for us,
the thing is,
you
what
know.
black men need to do is black men need to be unapologetically selfish. And the problem is, black men find it very, and there's a reason I'm going this course of action, because this is how Obama sees you. That's important. This is how Obama really sees you, and this is how, when you look at his history, how he has seen you. Like the reason why he with Michelle, because it benefited him. Because he was dating white bitches before then.
Yeah, he was.
Like
That's true. He married. He,
so,
ma-
so
he married Michelle as a political move. Like he would have never became the first black president if he didn't marry a black woman, and
Well,
everybody know it.
I'm not gonna say he does not. I'm not going to say that like, I don't believe that their relationship is like Hillary and Bill's relationship, and I do believe to a certain extent Hillary does respect Bill. That's the only reason why they still together. She respects Bill. She does see Bill as her great, even though she thinks probably she's better than him in certain ways. I think she values things that he has, like the charisma part, that she probably is accepted. She will never have that. So, and on top of it, it's been like career beneficial for her to be with him too. Those two things has been essential things that's kept her with him. As far as I actually believe there's even more there when it comes to Obama understanding that it's almost like the reverse, where even though Michelle has benefited a lot from being with Obama, she's an ADOS black woman, so that comes with that type of shit. She made more money than him, and she was further in her career than he was. Mainly, I think she's a little bit older, but also because he did other things. He didn't go in it for making money. And at the end of the day, that community service shit don't mean shit to black women if it ain't nothing connected to it. And so I think Obama does have respect for Michelle, and there's real love there. I don't think that's just shit. But at the end of the day, if it wouldn't have been Michelle, I don't think he would have just went down a list. I mean, maybe he would have eventually found a Kamala, but the truth is, Kamala wouldn't have been. Well, maybe she would have been, but the truth is, I don't think Obama would have went down the list to find a black woman. I think it just was right time, right place with Michelle, and that's what Obama really knew he wanted to do. So I give him at least that much credit. But at the end of the day, like I said, it speaks volumes, even on Michelle. That this is how you know how pro-black Michelle is. The fact that it's cool with her that her daughters, you don't never see them around black people their age. That tells you everything you need to know, even about Michelle and how she really feel about a lot of shit. And the fact that black women never call that out. That's how you know that colorism bullshit is on some bullshit. But yeah, that's all I gotta say about that.
Long live the habitual line steppers. What's going on?
Yeah, you missed the 2020 montage, man. It was dedicated to you, man.
Yeah, last night toward the end of the show. That's what
it sounded like something you would put together.
Yeah.
Oh hell nah.
You gotta see it. You'll like it. It was basically saying that 2020 was a Marvel movie, or 2020 was a Star Wars movie, was a montage of 2020 through the eyes of Star Wars clips or Marvel clips. They got one from Game of Thrones too.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna check that one out. Ooh, look at that booty. Take your booty to the pole, black women.
Yeah.
Go and bite that Uncle Joe.
They won't. Like I said, that's how I know that dude's gonna lose too, because that's a black man that's in that Jordan Center runoff. Black women at the end of the day ain't gonna come out for a black man like that. They feeling gonna trump any benefits they would get by having that. That's how you know all that bullshit about black women are the backbone. They really the backbone. They'll get him elected. They'll come out in strong numbers. Then you can blame black men if black women come out strong and then black men choose not to in Georgia. Then you can say niggas ain't shit.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's two things actually. The radio commercial I keep hearing is Obama for the other guy, John Ossoff, not Raphael Warnock. John
So
Ossoff.
is this a runoff? I'm not educated on that race. Is this a runoff against a Republican, or is this
yeah. He's going. I think he's going against what's that man name? Like the one that made fun of Kamala Harris. I think he's going against him, and Raphael Warnock is going against a white woman.
Yeah, so it's two races. So it's two races. So they're probably so they need both. Because the dude they were supposed to beat the dude Tillis in my state and they lost. You know, so they need both seats. Because if they just get one and it's 50-50, then Kamala's gonna have to come down there and break it. And they do not, because the Republicans will make her ass break it every time. And they do not, that is not a good look, because that makes it really look like the Democrats are doing too much. So they really want both seats. Like, because that's gonna make her very unlikable, and McConnell will execute that like very strong. So, but like I said, they don't give a fuck about him, and that's how you know. Because I swear to God, I'm glad it's like that too, because that tells you everything. So somebody tell me, why wouldn't Obama do it for the black dude? Well, because it's most likely not gonna win. He got this close. We need to keep our resources focused on what they going to vote for the same motherfucker. They voting on the same ballot.
And I'll tell you this: all those mail-in ballots that supposedly saved Joe Biden couldn't save the black guy that is there in front of them.
Like like I said,
weird. Kind of weird.
Yeah, it's like when you put this stuff in front of people, they ain't got nothing but either get emotional, get mad, say you just
you just want to argue.
And a lot of times you starting to shut the fuck up. Real talk.
You just want to argue. Mm-hmm. But but Donnie.
Yeah.
Shoot, what's going on, man? Do you think? Let me ask you a question. Do you think we should champion brothers like Judge Joe Brown and I would say even to an extent, Boyce Watkins kind of, but he's been making a lot of sense as far as this whole thing is concerned. I mean, how do you view this when you see stuff like this and when you see people like Obama and Kamala or Kamala Harris, get behind stuff like this? And then there are calls to have a dignified White House full of unity and cupcakes and all that shit.
This is fucked up. Hold on. So I view this as we are all on the goddamn plantation, and they got the slave master son coming in this motherfucker. Some octoroon bitch coming in here and giving us every excuse on why we should do what the plantation master said. You listen, Uncle Joe feeds you, don't he? Uncle Joe does this for you, don't he? So why would you want to go out here and be free? He wants to come on in here, and they're convincing the entire plantation that everything that is supposed to be positive for us is a negative. And all the black women on the plantation have run up and told us, y'all don't want to be free. If we be free, you wouldn't get all this good butter biscuits they handing out to us. And this is the only way I see it.
No, I'm just saying butter biscuits. That's all.
Yeah, but niggas are comfortable being enslaved. Niggas are comfortable with a foot on their neck. This is the only way I see it at this point. For that man to come out here and say that bullshit about the rappers after a rapper wrote a song about his ass and had everybody who's at 2008 Jeezy made that shit.
I forgot that bit. I forgot about that shit. That was the junk too.
My president's black.
Nigga, I had a Impala. I was driving around like it was a blue Lambo, nigga.
I mean, but Obama's not smarter. He knows, and this is how you know Obama don't even talk to black people unless they in person, unless it's some sanctioned shit. Because he know he could never say some shit around like with some young people. He couldn't say that shit to Like his kid. Well, ain't no black dudes around his kids. I mean, like I said, that's some shit.
And
Again, I'm gonna say this: when black people always like to act like we real. When you notice when black women or people like Obama are making these statements, they are in these very theatrically controlled settings where can't nothing ever be said against them. They know the Republicans ain't gonna really say it because they don't really give a fuck. Not on shit like that. They think black people ain't gonna vote for them anyway. So it's never anything that can be challenged. And this is why I always find it funny when people come to like our space and they act like they don't know what the fuck we're talking about because they have been in Wonderland for so long. They don't know what reality is. They really don't. And they ask questions that let you know that they don't know what reality is.
Obama is a god at this point. Obama is the Black Jesus. And what did Ivan Vanko say to Iron Man? You make God bleed.
people will cease to believe in him.
Right.
Oh, well,
So
the difference is, well, he ain't met black people. That's his problem. That don't mean shit. So that make God please.
Let's see
Please.
what
but
You
I
talking
say
about
this,
talking about
Obama
women that's
is
in the
never-
church.
Obama's never
He
in
ain't
a,
never been to the
in a
black
position
church.
to be, he's never in a position to be questioned. He's never in a position to debate his conversation. He's always in a platform where it's his voice is taken as gospel, and can't nobody else come back and say, "Hey, listen, Obama, you full of shit for that one. Let's talk about this. Let's break down the chinks in your armor." That'll never happen. So what they're
No,
gonna do
he'll
is
never
they're
put
gonna
himself in a
parade him out.
position where that's gonna happen. Obama, because he's
Right.
not a politician.
So
Either.
that's why I
That's what
say
makes it worse.
he'll never bleed. He'll forever be a guy. So they'll just parade him out. For the DNC will pull him out and say, "Hey, Barry, we need you to do X, Y, Z." All right, I'll go ahead and do that. You niggas ain't shit. Y'all have a good day. And then he'll walk off stage.
The truth too is black women are gonna be goofy with that shit, but black men black men started off like lukewarm with Obama. So the truth is he keep targeting black men with that shit. It ain't gonna take he gonna do more harm than good because it ain't gonna take a lot. Like, and they know that because there's a reason why they didn't bring him out till the very, very end, and how he chose not to come out to the very, very end. He won. If he believed Biden, I'm telling you right now, and I know BGS will attest to this. If he did not believe Biden could win, he would not have came the fuck out. If this COVID shit wouldn't have happened, you would not have saw him out here. He would not have came because he would not, because again, and Reverend Rice said that. And again, this is not about Obama. This is about folks, because I'm telling you right now, and I told my family members, I told people at the barbershop, I'm saying, look, you voted for Biden, fine. But you will not give the Biden the black Jesus treatment. I don't want to hear shit. And I will argue with every last one of you motherfuckers, women included. Because I'm telling you right now, I will put in, I said I will turn the channel. I told somebody at the barbershop today, I said, I will screencast my phone of the shit that Biden said in the 90s, and you motherfuckers will sit here and listen to it. And if you leave, then you just fucking leave. Even though I know that's fucked up. So I'm not gonna so if Biden don't do shit, y'all just start making crazy ass excuses. I will screencast that shit and y'all gotta listen to it. Of the shit he said on C-SPAN in the 90s. Especially if it's black men talking that bullshit. So I said, especially if y'all older dudes talking that bullshit, because y'all was around when the shit was said.
He was calling niggas predators and the whole nine. But I just seen this shit on a relative's Facebook post, and it took everything in me. I said, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and unfollow this nigga because I'm gonna be looked at. He was calling black folks bootlickers for bringing up the fact that Biden had the '94 crime bill. He had the audacity to say that it was needed because of the crack epidemic, something Biden had a hand in, right? The 84 crack laws, he went out there and was fucking up the community with that. And then on top of that, he's gonna say, black folks was begging for him to do that. So
no. Here's the funny. Okay, so here's the truth. The truth is there is some truth to that, but this is what people don't understand. See, that's one of that convenient nigga explaining bullshit going on. Because at the end of the day, number one, at the time, people didn't know how the crack came in. And also, they did not know Biden was going to do what he ended up doing. So even if you're a black man and you said you advocated for that, for somebody to go through that period, like this is where having boomers on here like BGS is great. For you to go through that period and then turn around and act like what he did was a good thing, this is what I would say to him. Okay, there's some truth to what you're saying. I would have gave him that. Then I would have said, I mean, do y'all hear that?
Go
I
ahead.
think Kev, are you up here twice? You got two.
I can see Kev. He in the back looking like Predator and shit.
I would have said,
You can't have two mics on.
yeah, I would have said, do you know how many black men are in prison now? And nigga like that would say, man, it was 900,000. That's like 7 something. Yeah, you're right. It's about 740,000 in prison, not jail. Do you know how many women are in prison on the planet? No, how many? Like 725. That was Biden and Hillary and Bill. So you're not going to tell me that the crack epidemic was so bad. That means the crack epidemic had to be worse than pretty much anything that was going on the planet in the last 30 years for you to see that. And then the opioid epidemic right now is not great. And guess what? They not locking their ass up. But see, these people depend on people to be stupid and emotional. And this is why I'm going to say this and I'm done. This is why black people get into this stage where people just start doing shit on their own and say, fuck you all. You all like the shit you all on. I fuck with y'all to a certain extent. But when y'all come at that pro-black shit, y'all can keep that because I know you ain't serious anyway. Now, you may feel like you serious, but I know that's bullshit. So I'm going to go ahead and get this money and do what I'm doing. And I don't want to hear nothing about no white man or what I need to be doing for no community because you ain't serious. Y'all just talking shit.
Yeah.
So, well, my thing is, I'm not gonna get past the parent part. At the end of the day, black folks got excited. You know what I'm saying? We got excited that a black man was running. We assumed he was gonna be FBA or ADOS. That's just what we assumed. We never really looked into it. We just knew the dude was from Hawaii. Nobody said, "Let me really look at who his parents are." You got a black man from Kenya. Nothing against anybody from Kenya, but I done heard plenty of stories about the television they put overseas about black people in America. It's not a good look. So why would a Kenyan man be on the side of black people in America based off the television program they put over there? Now, the other people that raised him, you got his grandparents, which means he was getting raised by older white people. Okay, and look at his age now. So what was his grandparents' age? What kind of America did they live in? You know what I'm saying? Not that great for black folks. Point blank, period. Now, the thing is, we got excited about him. So did I. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I voted for him in 08. And my thought process was because he was a Constitution professor, he knows about the Constitution, he's going to move more in that direction, which he did not do. And then I was like, as far as the people that's running, he's been in politics less, they've had less of a chance to corrupt him. I can't say he wasn't as corrupted at the end of the day, but once I seen his record, he got in the office, he did his job, I saw what he was on, the thrill was gone. That's why I'm not, I couldn't vote for him for the next election. I ain't care that he was black and you wasn't on my side. But my thing is, black folks, we got to get off the emotional part about there's no reason to vote for the guy. So if there's no reason to vote for him, why would I vote for the guy he's endorsing? There's zero reason to vote for Biden.
Well, that's not what black people are voting for attention. Like that's what they're voting for. They're voting to black people don't get to matter anytime in 4 years from the dominant society. And this is important to understand. From American society, black folks, for the most part, other than shit that comes like Black Panther or some shit like that where they gas your ass up, black people don't matter. Black men don't really give a fuck about mattering because, black men got sports and shit. So at the end of the day, you're going to see black men here regardless. But when it comes to the women and black people have the zeitgeist of a female, they don't matter. So when you get to that 4 years, that's really what motivates the women. And that really is how they go in and they just shame the dudes. And what you're seeing more and more as the men get disconnected from the women, you're seeing that shit is, you're gonna see more and more of that shit not being what it is. It's gonna be a lot of dudes that don't even vote because they're gonna be like, I need to get my economics up. My economics is the biggest driver of my own personal shit, not politics. And then you'll see some dudes start to group up. Then what's gonna happen is this COVID shit happening, they ain't got no answers for you. Because Kamala don't give a fuck about black women, not really. She's gonna give just enough of a fuck as the Democrats are gonna tell her to, because they need to get reelected. But other than that, black women are gonna go through a wake up call. They're gonna go through a nigga wake up call for real.
Let me throw one more thing in there too. That's very important to the scenario. We talk about Joe Biden and the '94 crime bill and how niggas got locked up. Who else wanted black men locked up? Yeah, you got white supremacy wanted it. The politicians wanted black men locked up. Who the other group of people that wanted black men locked up?
Black women.
Exactly. So they have no reason to be anti-Biden because he served their purpose. They like niggas going to jail. That's why they like sleeping with niggas going to jail. Going to jail as a nigga is a plus in their eyes. And that's what black men got to wake up and realize. They're very pro-crime bill. And like I said, as I talk to women who are looking to become lawyers over the last, it's probably really about 20. Or I mean, it's really go back to when I was in high school. So we talking about really over 20 years. Every black woman who told me that she was gonna go into law, I say, what kind? It was always criminal justice. Okay, are you gonna be a defense attorney or a prosecutor? 100% of the time, everybody told me they were gonna be a prosecutor.
I would love to interview one day, and this is the type of thing when the manosphere is getting there. I would love to interview women that are like in law, and that's what they want to do. And here, and they say they want to be prosecuted, and say, who the fuck you think you're gonna be prosecuted? Because you're not gonna be prosecuting white folks like that. Like, because here's the thing, you can't say at this point. I mean, everybody knows what the system is. They've known it for years. They've known it for decades. Like, we know it's been, So it's like when you go in there, if you're going there to be, even when it comes to traffic tickets. When you go, and I'm gonna keep it real, the times that I've gotten traffic tickets, because I've had some situations where I just didn't pay them motherfuckers, and you should always pay your traffic tickets. I'm gonna tell you from experience, because they will get their money from you, and it will be a lot more. I remember the one lawyer I had was a white woman, and I wasn't sure about her ass, but she took payments because she had purple hair, but let's just say them judges liked her, and them fucking cops liked her, so she got the job done. And then I had a black dude that was pretty much my lawyer now, as far as that type of shit. And he's a pastor, so he do a hell of a lot of shit. Even, and he owns the firm, Fitzpatrick, and he gets the shit done. But nah, man, you're right. It ain't a lot of female defense attorneys, and really, I want somebody to really tell me why that is. You're not gonna say because it ain't no money in it. It's because at the end of the day, you all know, go work for the government, which means go work for that white man. And that shit is always reflected when you all get in a political fucking office. Like, Donnie, you were the one talking about that plantation shit. Yo, if you look at what they're actually doing in office, it is exactly that. There is nothing that's counter to anything that those white folks want there. They know that if you got a black woman in there, ain't shit getting changed.
The black women are the guard dogs, and it's funny that you would even bring it up because I've dated a black woman who was a lawyer. She worked for the prosecutor's office. She was an assistant district attorney, and she was trying her game plan. Her aim was to be a judge. And when I asked her, I said, "What made you want to be a district attorney?" I said, "Why not be a public offender or?" And she said initially she said the money, but she said when she got in there, it made a difference because you don't know what these niggas be doing. And I said, well, what is that supposed to mean? She said, the bullshit that they be doing, I've seen it and it's changed my opinion. I said, well, what is that supposed to mean? And she said it again. She said, the bullshit that these dudes come on when they get to court, I don't have any sympathy. And she's aiming to be a judge. Can you imagine that if she does, the bitch was smart, so she gonna make it to being a judge. Can you imagine her ass sitting on the stand, the shit she's gonna do to black men?
Yeah, most of them ain't Judge Lynn, and she said the bullshit like this. So I would say, no, fuck that. You brought it up. Give me 3 examples. Because if it's all this overwhelming bullshit, because let me just tell you right now, I haven't seen it, and you have, and I'm saying you full of shit for that. Yeah, I'm not getting no pussy. Yeah, I'm standing on that shit. I'll fuck another bitch on my phone. So
Hey,
you tell me 3 examples. So 3 examples of bullshit other than what I would typically know. Like for real.
no,
Because here's the thing, and I'm not trying to act like Saucy quarterback. I'll say here's the thing. No matter how full of shit that nigga is, that bitch chose to fuck with him, with him, and that bitch chose to have a baby by him. So there ain't nothing you could tell me that's gonna take the decision that she made to lay with him and be in proximation to him out of the equation. So go
But
but
ahead,
not,
look,
explain. So
no,
did she tell you
but,
anything, or did she
but
just
not.
say, "Oh, we
She
just so
wasn't
much
talking about.
bullshit we
She
couldn't
wasn't
pick"?
talking on the
what,
relationship. She was
Hey,
talking
hey,
on.
y'all,
what,
hey,
what,
y'all, real quick. Uh, welcome Brown Bird to the panel, and just to remind the audience, thank you for tuning in. And I am the weekend warrior here, Kev, and we are the habitual line steppers. I got 33 people watching, and get those likes up. I hope one of those likes are yours. So
You
go
already know,
ahead.
man.
But yeah,
Yeah, let
no.
me
can I say?
know.
Let me say
So
something
List of
real quick,
all
because
the
I'm gonna hop in the
bullshit you
elevator.
don't know.
Can, can, can I say something real quick? Because I'm gonna hop in the elevator. This is my thing. Donnie just so happened to deal with a chick that wanted to be a lawyer. She went prosecution, just like the 100% of other women I know that went into pursue being a lawyer. And the thing is, she gave him a very vague answer because she didn't really want to stand on nothing about what they do. What
Exactly.
they do can mean anything, which means what? She want to lock up niggas. That's all it come down to at the end of the day. She wants to lock up niggas personally. That's why she chose that side, and she wants to be a judge. And the best way for her to be a judge is lock some niggas up, and she knows it. Point
Yeah,
blank,
And I'm
period.
gonna tell
ultimately her
you something.
relationship didn't
I
work out.
understand like dudes don't throw pussy away, and I'm not gonna tell dudes to do that. But I'm gonna tell you, there has been times where women have said certain. It's very rare, but certain things has triggered me that I kick them bitches out of my fucking car, like for real. And some shit like that would ride, even though I'm not gonna be the one she gonna get her hands on. But for her, these educated, I'm gonna say it just like that. These educated bitches think they so fucking smart, but all y'all are just, fuck it. This is why there's a reason why they like Olivia Pope. There's a
Edward,
reason.
Yeah,
Edward. I'm
she
gonna say this
basically.
to that educated thing. Everything I think is a smokescreen because they'll say the thing about it is bragging rights, and I don't know if I've mentioned. I probably mentioned this on another stream, but that whole entire thing about education. I know you know this, brother, but I find it so funny. They'll be like, "Yeah, I got my master's and my PhD," but I'm like, "Well, you're the one that's like $80,000 in debt or $100,000 in debts, depending on what school you're going to. So how are you going to pay that back?" And the thing about it is that I can't speak on the whole thing with the being a lawyer and all that other stuff. I dated a girl that was inspiring to be a lawyer, but it's just like the same old thing they talk all the time. Yeah, I'm trying to set my people free, which is nonsense. And they'll swear to the high heavens that they want to do stuff for the people, but then it's like if I call them out for what they're doing, it's like I'm the enemy. So I say this all the time that I started noticing a little bit actually very recent, like a couple of years now. It's just like it's the same old narrative. Why do they go ahead and they say that they care for the black community but only mention themselves and children? Especially what we just saw with happen with the past election, bro. Like you're not gonna sit here and tell me it's about y'all, but because you think it's some chick that has a one drop rule, you're gonna sit up there and think she's gonna be the savior for the community when she's a very big liar to begin with, bro.
If they cared about unity, they would include everyone that voted for Biden.
They
Like
don't.
like not just like 20% of black men voted for Trump. Boo fucking ho.
Which is
Like
1% of the electorate.
But
And
you,
I've gotten in arguments with people defending people's right to vote for Trump. And I say they
uh,
could vote for Trump for any fucking reason. It doesn't
exactly.
matter. Because at the end of the day, you got to compete for they. See, here's the thing. The issue here, you would not have, I won't say you won't have, but you wouldn't even have fucking 5% if you could explain to black men how does it benefit them voting Democrat, you wouldn't even have 3% or 2% vote for Trump. It wouldn't be hard. But you all have nothing. And at least Trump was like, shit, I can throw some shit out there and show I did this, and this, because these motherfuckers ain't even willing to say anything else to compete with that other than that. So that's the main reason. That's the main reason I'll defend it too. Other it's their right anyway. But going back to what you said, if they said they were going to be a defense attorney, if they said that, I'm not gonna sit there and push them on that. I'm like, okay, that's good, good job. But if they say they want to be a prosecutor and they say they want to heal the community, I'm be like, well, how? And then this is the other thing that killed me too. These bitches be the same bitches that be fucking these niggas. Yep. That's the shit that just makes me really want to go ham. I'm like, y'all the main ones fucking these niggas half the damn time, low key. It ain't y'all got body counts full of the same niggas y'all want to hate on. So you look at us like, and I wish somebody would call me a fucking lame, and it's rare I get called a lame. But I'm like, you'll give us the lame look if we're sitting here not trying to put these dudes in jail, but advocating for a change of behavior. And you don't hear nobody in the manosphere talk about all these niggas need to be locked up. Now, we say if they do bullshit, that is what it is. They know what they were doing, but you don't see us advocating for these people to get locked up. But what we're saying is we're advocating to remove the incentives that causes certain behavior. These chicks will fuck with these niggas, be actively fucking with these niggas on some Issa Rae bullshit, Issa D bullshit, and then turn around and then take their emotions into court and then do what the fuck they did. And it's like, and this is why you ask, like, did you have a daddy in your house? And I'm gonna tell you right now, if you don't have a black father, I don't give a fuck how smart you are. Every black man should say that bitch could not be a judge. That bitch cannot be a prosecutor. I'm voting against that. In fact, you should not want any black female politician. If you're a black woman, I see you in there, Rayo, so I'm gonna let you rock because I'm about to hop off. I want y'all to understand what I'm about to say. This is a simple one. Any black female politician, whether they're Republican or Democrat, I don't give a fuck what they say. If they don't have a black dad, and I don't like that dude, like that dude ain't on some decent shit, they're disqualified. I don't care. Because there is no way you can be for me and you were not raised by a black man. Period. And I don't give a fuck if you Dr. Francis Welsing reborn. Nope. You can make money, you can't be in office. And black men won't have, and here's another thing too. The problem here is black men won't be real with themselves about this shit. The women are gonna do what the women are gonna do because that's in their best interest. That's the law of nature. But the dudes buy into it. So the 80% that vote, because I didn't vote for Trump, but I didn't vote for Biden either. I voted for the Constitution candidate. And I didn't vote for the black lieutenant governor either. There was a black woman, but this is one of the reasons. But that 80%, a lot of them niggas are too deluded. They don't want to face this. See, it would be much harder for black women to do this bullshit if black men as a collective at least stood on some shit like, you're not going to talk about this women and children shit. You're not going to keep fucking with these boys when y'all got sons. Y'all going to own it. It would be a lot harder for them to do that, but because so many black men basically they bitch up, that's why these sisters can say that shit and not be challenged. Because if a lot of niggas would challenge their ass, if dudes are willing to say, bitch, get the fuck out of my car, I don't want to deal with your raggedy ass right now, I'll fuck another bitch. A lot of these chicks would think fuck it twice, because they ain't like nobody else want them. Them white men will give them a job and give them this and give them that. Them white men ain't fucking with them like that, and they would change. Or maybe not change, but they would fall back on that shit a little bit. Anyway, I'm gonna let y'all rock because I see some good people on the panel, but yeah.
All right. Welcome to the panel, Rael. Thanks for coming. And thanks for stopping by, Edward. I see he dropped off. So what's going on?
Peace, Kev. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. Let me ask this question. Did I miss a meeting where collectively Black people agreed to a course of action that Black people were going to pursue collectively as a mode of operating from a community standpoint? Was there ever a meeting like that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Me
Okay,
neither.
so um, now we all know that even when Malcolm X was alive, we had black females on these liberal college campuses, ironically, where a lot of the pro black schooling was given birth to on these campuses. Who said they were not going to be for the black community, which was never agreed upon in the first place. So, with that being said, how there is no reason to expect it now. We can't keep trying to bond off of slavery, lynchings, niggas getting shot in the street and shit like that. That ain't gonna work. If there was anything for black people to bond over in terms of a collective moving forward, economically, most importantly, you would think slavery would have been the one, but it's not. So if black people ain't gonna move forward collectively, and when I say black people, I mean the females too. If that doesn't keep them in the group, then nothing will. So now, as far as black men are concerned, this is a prime opportunity for black men to economically, politically split off and do their own thing. Now, if you look at political, let's say political parties, hell, even in this country, there have been people who have split off from groups and formed their own contingent, you know. But the idea that this particular frame of mind is going to change anytime soon is blasphemous, because it's been so ingrained for so long. You know, I remember, has anybody up here on the panel been in college?
You said been to college?
Yeah, have been in college.
Yes,
Yeah,
I have.
yes,
I have been
yes.
in college. Yes.
I've
Okay,
been in
so,
college.
and y'all been in college where you've been around black females, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm pretty sure at the schools that y'all went to, there were a pretty good amount of black men that went to the school. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes.
There were competent, intelligent black men on these campuses going to school, making A's and B's, doing their thing. But when the narrative is told, there ain't enough quality black men by the very same educated women who was on the same campuses with us. Who are they looking for? The very men that they claim that they want. They had them in their midst in college and did everything else besides choose those dudes. These are the same females who were getting trains ran on them by dudes of fraternities. I had homeboys that were Q dogs. I heard all the stories. I heard all of them. Now, when they get out here into the real world, because I remember when I used to be in college, because I was actually married during college in my later years. And I remember I used to tell a lot of these females all the time, college is the last playground. This is the last chance where you kind of get to play around for a little bit before you have to enter the real world. And once you enter that real world, it's over. The games are over. And many of these females didn't listen. They wanted to be groupies for dudes, because on the college campus, many of the dudes that was in the fraternities, they were looked upon like rappers. That's how they were viewed. So many of these females would be groupies for these dudes. And then when college life was over, or when they got to their junior year, because we seen it, the chick that was, man, she was banging in her freshman year. She get to her junior year, now she's leftovers because now you got that fresh meat. Freshman class coming in, a lot of the dudes that was in the junior and senior class, they started getting on to the younger chicks. This is in college, which basically plays out into the real world when these females get into their 30s and 40s. The same phenomenon is taking place. In other words, they never took advantage of the good men that were available. So now they come back with all of the excuse making, and like Edward was talking about it before, as far as like the lawyer chicks concerned, we have seen plenty of cases where these females have been lawyers. They ain't got caught up with some criminal dude who done killed somebody, robbed somebody. They done lost their job over the dude, while at the same time pushing the idea, like Roger was talking about, that they want to lock these dudes up. So which one is it? But see, that's the point. There is no standard. And the reason why you don't have a standard is because there are no men in these families to put foot to ass. See, when you go to these other groups of people, I said this earlier on another stream. When you go to a culture and you have to meet the parents, most notably the father or male figures who are in control of the family, like uncles and stuff like that, you know you're dealing with a positive culture because you can't just come through and run over the chick. They ain't gonna let you do that. But see, that's not how it is here because the women have set it up to where that's not the case. So, because they playing a trick on the whole group, because what they're doing is they're saying they don't want to listen to the men, but there's going to come a point in time where they're going to need some help financially. So they're using the children as de facto husbands to take care of them in their old age when they don't have any men that wants them, who wants to provide for them, who wants to be their protector. And it's keep getting passed down because these women have known this stuff has been happening for a long time. It's just that they don't want to be honest about it because if they have to be honest about it, all this single independent women talking points will literally be erased. We will literally hear when women have to say the past 50 years we screwed up, and the likelihood of that happening is relatively low. So for Black men who are productive, who are looking to move forward in a positive direction, you're going to really have to understand that the reality on the ground is you're going to have to do something new. You're going to have to, this idea that you have in your mind about a Black community and this miraculous thing is coming together. Garvey tried that. And you know what? You know who was his biggest detractors during that time? Because if you go back to what Garvey was on, he was about getting that money. And at the end of the day, guess who was his biggest detractors? Educated Black people. Those were his biggest detractors. If you go back, those were his biggest detractors. So that's already been tried and it failed. And so now you have to say, okay, this community thing that we thought existed, it never has existed because as soon as these women got the opportunity to exit stage left, man, they threw up the deuces and didn't look back. The only reason why Black men are really, as a collective, important is because they need you to give you the seed, to give them the seeds to be able to keep taking advantage of the welfare state the way they keep doing. Other than that, they'd have been left Black men alone collectively. They'd have been left Black men alone.
I agree everything what you say, Ryle. I'm gonna jump off soon, but I just want to make an observation that I've been seeing at least to because everything you said is right on the money, and it's like you said something I was gonna say. This is the thing. I just I'm probably the youngest one, but I just feel as if like there's only two types of men that the so-called Black woman wants to have serve them. It's the man that's going to, well, three. If we're gonna talk about the degenerate, the ones that they would probably prosecute, no problem or no problem. We all have the dude that's usually about the hotep and the pro-Blackness and all this other stuff, the spirituality thing and blah, 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 blah. And I would say the brothers that lead an alternative lifestyle who usually are not straight. And I say these 3 points all the time because all of them serve a sole purpose to be the so-called black woman's lapdog. And the problem is that they'll detract. They'll say, oh, no, we don't have no leaders, da-da-da, this, that, and the third. You do, but you usually ignore them. So it comes to a point where I agree where it needs to become separation. I'm all about leaving these niggas behind. The brothers that want to be on that pro-blackity black shit all day and sit up there and talk about we got to protect the queens and the sisters when these queens out here ain't nothing more. Some of them are, or a lot of them could be. A lot of them could be jesters, Jezebels. And the fact of the matter is that they will never learn. They will keep having those dudes amping them up all day long. And then the ones that protect the other two brothers that I was talking about, those are the ones they use as friends and handbags. So at the end of the day, I've always counted for separations. I've always said now, getting into this knowledge, I'm like, dude, I have no problem with separation, leaving you niggas behind. If the women want to step up and learn exactly what they have to do, then you step to dudes who's not about the bullshit. And that's how you move forward because this community that they talk about. And Roger knows I always says this. When they talk about the so-called black woman, they're talking about, to Rael's point that he already mentioned, they're only talking about themselves and children. And even with children, they'll craft their minds into what they believe a black man should be. So when they go ahead and they say that independent woman nonsense and this, that, and third, and they have a child, especially have a child from a degenerate, they want to be able to put that pressure on that son to be like, well, you be like this or you don't be like this. So when you go out here in the world, you're gonna treat another black woman with respect, even though she shits on you, and you're gonna learn that this is how you're supposed to be as a black man, which is a distorted view. Because female energy can never interact with masculine energy. It just doesn't work. You got to understand the ground. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents on that. You brothers have a good one. I'm out. Peace.
All right. Thanks for
take
coming
it
by.
easy.
Take it easy.
I
Eddie,
would
you're
love,
welcome.
yeah, appreciate you, Brown Bird. I would love to. I want to piggyback off something he said because see, he talked about the three groups of men. Now me, I make it one group. They like compromise men. Period. That's just the way it is. If they can't see themselves having the ability to use you as a black man, they don't really want you like that. You can be a multi-millionaire, but if you are a multi-millionaire that cannot be controlled, then you're a problem for them. And that's why, you know what I'm saying, people give there's a certain amount of pushback given to a person even like Kevin Samuels because they like the fact that he's a tall guy. They like the fact that, you know what I'm saying, he dresses well and all that type of stuff. They like the fact that he's the quote unquote high value man. You know, he got the money and all that type of stuff. Why don't they like that dude? Because he's checking off all these boxes they said they want. The reason they don't like Kevin Samuels because he can't be controlled. And they see that based on what he says and the things he talk about, he can't be controlled. So he's useless too. You see what I'm saying? And that's what guys got to really pick up on. If you can't be used by them, you're useless. And even when it comes to this community, when they talk about the community, they're talking about women and girls. Let's just face it. They're not talking about women and children because they don't give a damn about these boys. Point blank, period. And if you don't give a damn about these boys, it's unfair for us to even say they're talking about women and children. Because if these boys can't serve their purpose, they don't mean nothing to them either. That's why when most of these boys become 18 years old, if they ain't serving that woman, that nigga got to go. You know what I'm saying? Now, if he go out there selling drugs and pay some of the bills of the house or something like that, he cool. You see what I'm saying? She got no problem sacrificing him to the streets as long as he brings some of that money back and give it to her. But let him say, well, I ain't giving my mama nothing. I'm gonna focus on school and I ain't gonna do nothing for her. Usually that guy has a problem with her. And you can talk to a lot of brothers who've been in that position who had a lot of problem with their mother because they were just trying to focus on school, especially if they ain't get no job, and they just really focused on school. Most guys in that position have had a lot of problems with their mother. So they don't care about dudes like that. Now, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to the lawyer part, yeah, 100% of the ones I talk to, they want to be prosecuting attorneys because as I said, they're white supremacists. And the fact that 100% of the ones I've talked to want to go into prosecution is just confirmation that they're white supremacists. And yes, they still going to. And they're still going to sleep with those men because those are the easiest guys to control at the end of the day. The guys who doing criminal behavior and the guys who've already been busted and they got a record for it, those are the easiest people in the black community to control. And I hear guys say they want thug loving and all this type of stuff. All they want is a nigga they can control. Point blank, period. The more money you got, the better you are if you can be controlled. But if you can't be controlled, then you know what I'm saying, they'll take you broke and being able to control you if they can't get you with money and able to control you. That's just what it is at the end.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Has anyone on this panel ever rejected a black female before that was interested in them, especially sexually?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes, absolutely.
What
Okay.
type of response do you get?
Ooh, I got prank called for a while. Like, I got, before this, and this, granted, this is before places like Facebook. I will get prank called and called gay and all kinds of stuff. But I'm like, but you look like you need a 5-year gain on a treadmill. I will say stuff like that. But yeah, they don't react very well.
I've had all type of reactions that have happened to me, whether it came before a relationship happened or even if it's somebody I broke up with. I've had even worse reactions after that. But they can't seem to just take you like a woman,
That's my point. And that's what I'm saying. See, the thing is, the reason why I asked that question is because I wanted y'all to say like what the responses was, because it was very negative. This idea that, like, at the end of the day, these women mentality a lot of the time really is they don't want you, but when they're ready to want you, you're supposed to want them. And what I keep trying to tell a lot of men, and I really keep trying to hit this point home with a lot of men because they don't understand it. Just because a woman has sex with you doesn't mean she has respect for you. And a lot of men cannot grasp that concept because in the men's eyes, they think that getting the bun, like I'm winning. But how can you win? And this is why it's so faulty for men to build their manhood and their masculinity on the idea of smashing hoes. I said, how can you build your manhood off of smashing hoes, off of females who don't even value themselves? That makes no sense. They don't care. They don't even have a sense of self-respect for themselves. So how can you build your sense of self-respect as a man off of that? It's faulty. And then you have to put it in perspective. Like, the reality of the situation is, it shouldn't be so easy to get ass from average chicks. It shouldn't be. You shouldn't. That's a story that I'm glad you brought that story up. But it shouldn't be that easy. You know what I'm saying? I've said this before. Easy sex has harmed men just as much as women because it has really made men think like, I really don't have to put no work in out here and be great. You know what I'm saying? And you'll have a lot of men who are willing to play to the lowest common denominator in a female just to get on. You know what I'm saying? Just to get sex. And that's the last thing you should want to do. Man, I know I've talked myself out of plenty of ass over the years. I mean, I have talked myself out of plenty of ass.
I mean, we all got a couple of regrets. I know. I mean,
yeah,
I know I do.
But I'm saying I don't regret it because if I have to sacrifice my sense of masculinity to get a woman, I don't care who she is. I don't care what from what group. This ain't even black female exclusive. I got to compromise my masculinity to get some ass. That means you don't respect masculinity. So why would I want a woman who doesn't respect it? I'm not even interested in it. It's a turn off.
I mean, I get that. I
mean, because it's not a drought. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, this world is vast and spacious, man. You can get some ass. So you don't even have to do that to yourself. because I couldn't live with myself if I did that. I'm nah, I'm good. It ain't that special. But what I'm saying is that so many men think that because man, she giving me that, she respects you. No, man, no, she doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Like she been man having sex since she was 12. Like, what you talking about?
I mean, like a lot of these women think they got some wicked pussy, you know, and
Right.
and like honestly, fellas, like 90% to 95% of the women you fuck is gonna think that their pussy is just top tier because it's pussy, and we a lot of us, and you know, definitely a lot of simps have enabled women to be that way, and you know, some of us got to take some L's on that. Some of us, not guys like me, but.
What percentage did you say, Karen? What
But
percentage did you say?
I said like I said 90 at
You
first.
said
Then
90, 95?
yeah, I jumped to 95. Yeah.
Why are you being so conservative with your numbers?
See. See. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be so nice or political because that's like being fake. Like Obama.
99% of them think they got the best on the planet.
They
Yeah.
sure.
And then and honestly, when they find out they don't, it shatters them to pieces.
All you got,
It-
all you got to do is just ask these chicks a question. If because a lot of females think all vagina is the same and it's all good, and I will ask females, well, if all vagina is the same and it's all good, what's the point of men cheating? Like, if it's going to feel the same, obviously that's not the case. So what I'm saying is that men have to. It sounds kind of crazy because men are not used to viewing themselves as this way, as far as collectively of black men. But I have found that you gotta make women come at you. You know what I'm saying? You gotta make them put it on a table, like show their hand. You really want them to show their hand because you don't want anything vague and ambiguous, because that's where they love to nest. They love to nest in that vague, unclear world where they can say things like, well, technically I didn't say that, so you can't hold me to that. And that's why a lot of these females get so frustrated with Kevin because he don't let them nest in that nebulous world. He brings them to the concrete and say, hey, make your case. And then when they can't make their case, then he's a mean guy. You got females in the chat talking about how mean he is. You know, he's rude. Even though these the same females that will cuss men out, they be dismissive towards men. They act like they don't need men. But he has to constantly tell these women, hey, this is my show. These are my rules, such and such and such and such. Constantly showing that the idea of black men being authority figures. You know what I'm saying? Like when I grew up, when I was coming up, like you feared men. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was like that in y'all families and where y'all was at. You feared men. Men were not something that you played with, like they was a toy. I didn't see women dismissing men like get out my face. Like I didn't grow up seeing that type of stuff. So this mentality has been very seeped in to the point that you'll have a female on Kevin's show that's 22, 23, 24, 25, literally trying to go back and forth with him. This man has been married twice. He's 51. Like, you don't know anything. Like, you don't literally know anything.
And because in their mind, he don't know nothing.
Right.
And that's what I try to get even the guys on. Because I understand that guys get pissed off with Kevin. And I'm not going to even go into why they getting pissed off. But at the end of the day, he's representing the image that I believe most serious men, that's how we deal with women. You don't let them live in this world of ambiguity. You know what I'm saying? Because if you let them in it, they'll stay there forever. You can't let them just be in there forever, you know, but they definitely will take advantage of it if you let them. So the thing is, they don't want black men to be their authority figure, period. And that's why I say a lot of guys don't even understand that they're in a trick-hoe relationship because they're dealing with a woman who does not respect him. She doesn't listen to him. She does not follow his lead. Yeah, he pays for dates. He helps pay for rent because a lot of folks live together. You know what I'm saying? He's paying her expenses and things like that. So he's really in a trick hoe relationship without the benefits of not having to deal with her. And that's a sad thing that they don't even get themselves. At least with a normal trick hoe relationship, you go out in the street, you get the hoe, you have sex with the hoe, you drop a little bit of money and you're gone. You don't have, and she's not your headache. They in a trick hoe relationship, and the woman giving her headaches and making him miserable and stopping him from seeing other women. Like, if black men are losing a whole lot because they don't even understand proper position. You know, and I'm not telling black men to just go out and be tricks. What I'm saying is they already are tricks.
Right. Right. They just don't know it. They just don't know it. But
Okay.
and let me say this, because this is something that I meant to say earlier. When I was in college, I took a Black American male and female relationship class. Now, the class had about 53 people in it. It was about 10 guys in there. Out of the 10 guys in the class, it was probably like four, maybe 5 of us who actually taught for the entire semester. The rest of the dudes didn't say anything. But we pretty much was speaking up on the behalf of the men in the class. Let me tell y'all something. Now, mind you, this was in 04, I think it was. Now, I'm telling y'all, man, like, it was. I had a black female professor, great professor. It was the best class I took in college. I'm telling y'all, the level of disrespect that we witnessed come out of these females' mouths was just, I mean, imagine basically having the talking points that you hear from the females on Kevin shows. You heard that. I took that class, I think, 2 times a week. For two times a week on for an entire school semester. But that's basically what it was. This is why I know the language that they're going to speak. I know the talking points. I was already saying a lot of this stuff even before I took the class, and the class just confirmed it. The class confirmed to all of us that the level of respect was not there. I mean, it didn't matter if the chick was 18 to 45 or 50, because we had that range. And I'm telling you, that's why I keep trying to tell men, you gotta start with respect first. You cannot go out here dealing with these chicks looking for love. I know you might came from some backgrounds, your mama didn't love you. I get it, I understand all that. But you have to have something within you that just demands respect. Matter of fact, even some of the stuff that we studied, there was a section where we were studying where basically the writer was saying that when it comes to relationships, basically you have to have these things called moral minimums. Basically, no matter what, no matter how good this chick looks, for example, you have this standard that you just will not allow a female to breach, no matter how good she looks. And because what happens is, even if you don't have any success with that particular chick, at least you planted a seed in her mind for the next dude. At least you planted a seed in her mind for the next dude. Because now, if she finds herself in a situation when she come across the wrong dude and get hit upside the head, she's gonna remember, like, man, this dude used to tell me this. You know what I'm saying? Like back in the when I used to deal with him, and I didn't want to hear it. Many times those same chicks will find you years later. They'll apologize, like, man, I was wrong. I thought you was trying to be controlling and you was really trying to help. And man, this dude ended up beating me up and put me in the hospital. Like, yeah, I tried to tell you. And so you have to start with respect, man. No woman is going to love you that doesn't have any respect for you. And so men need to really understand this, because when you tell a woman that respect for you is non-negotiable, now she has a choice to make. She has a choice to make. She can't say she don't. I don't care if it's from the first conversation. First conversation, you need to establish, like, look, first and foremost, like, I expect to be respected. I'm not for the disrespect. I'm not, you're not gonna be talking to me any kind of way, crazy, this and that before, blah, blah, blah. And set the tone, because as a man, you're supposed to set the tone. And once you set that tone, now she's on notice. She can't say she was ignorant, she didn't know, you didn't tell her, because they're gonna try all that type of stuff. And so, and when she does disrespect you, if she does, then she's just a disrespectful type of chick. She's not going to change from that point on, and you just need to cut bait and be done with her. You know what I'm saying? But you got to keep that in mind, because when I took this class, I'm telling you, from 18 to 45 to 50, man, these women have the same mentality. Just like when you listen to Kevin shows, the same 18-year-olds to 45 to 50, they got the same mentality. It ain't changed. It's gotten worse.
What they running the same playbooks, but that's why I try to tell men, stop accepting being a mind reader, because she keep hitting you with the fact that she can't read minds. When a woman starts trying to give me clues about stuff, I don't accept clues. If you want something, ask for it. Point blank period. If you ain't asked for it, I don't care. Yeah, all I'm gonna say is it wasn't that important to you, because it wasn't important enough to ask. So therefore, I ain't worried about it. You know what I'm saying? And that'll pull a chick out of that right away. In a lot of cases, you know what I'm saying? A lot of women have to make adjustments when they meet me, because they're not used to dealing with a brother the way I'm gonna make them deal with it. I don't care nothing about your clues. All I know is you ain't asked for nothing. I gave you everything else you asked for, right? Okay, but you ain't asked for that. Why would I be worried about something you didn't ask about? It's not even that big a deal to you. And they can't stand that. That's the line right there. They get them.
Man.
It wasn't a big deal to you.
Man, Cortez Smith off the chain down there, man. Oh, yeah, he says if Kevin was white, black KKK women would call in with the fake feminine voice. And that is so sad and so true.
Yeah.
It's real talk. It's real talk.
Mm-hmm.
But see, and my thing is, I just want guys to get the fact that they don't even respect him. And that's not me taking a shot at Kevin. It's just trying to let people see how real it is. If they actually respected the man, no fat women would be calling at this point. They would have been past the fat part. You know what I'm saying? But he you know what I'm saying? I keep talking about the 4 basics, and Kevin keeps dealing with the 4 basics with these women, and the people won't even get past the 4 basics just to get on to the other stuff to get you a high value man, meaning too many kids out of wedlock, overweight, too much college debt, bad attitude. They won't even drop the 4 basics so they can get into more technical stuff when it comes to dealing with a high value man. Because I understand, there's other things you're gonna have to deal with if you're gonna be with a man on those levels. Because I've met men at that level, you know what I'm saying, especially when I was network marketing, you know what I'm saying? That was the you know what I'm saying, to know a millionaire personally and know his wife from a personal standpoint. Yes, there's a lot of stuff that comes with that type of stuff. And they can't even get to that stuff because they're dealing with the basics.
Right.
Yeah, can't get past the damn basics.
No.
Hey, but what would you think about the young lady on the screen? Should she have called Kevin Samuels? Her name. Let me. I just said that shit. Her name is Nijinsky Dix. Before we get too far off, because I've had this on the screen forever, and we'll get back. To whatever.
Her name is what? Her name was?
Her name is Nijinsky Dix. DIX.
Oh, you being for real?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm being for real.
Right.
Yeah. but I mean, this is a sad situation. Her ex-boyfriend, Terry Hickman, she stalked him to his apartment. Let me see if I understand. I think he was living in Washington, D.C., and she's a Chicago PhD student. If I'm getting this right, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. And my condolences to the family of Mr. Hickman. But she stalked him after a 3-month relationship, and she shot him in the chest. When police came on the scene, she was kneeling at his feet with the gun. And one of the first things she said was, "He pushed me, so I shot him." After the relationship was over, people who knew them said the relationship only lasted 3 months. 3 months, can you really call that a relationship?
No.
I'm thinking
I'm, I'm as a single man, I'm gonna have to say yes, because a lot of women can't get past 3 months with me.
Mm. Oh,
I
so
give them credit for a relationship, but it was a failure at the end of the day.
yeah, and she could, and she didn't get it. She didn't get it. She clearly didn't. I mean, the push. I mean, he might have been like. I mean, and I don't condone putting hands on women, but in self defense, by all means, especially if your life depends on it. I mean, I'd rather brother not end up dead, but
Here's the most important question. Okay,
yeah.
if the relationship was over, and if he was such a threat, why the hell did she drive all the way down there with a gun?
She
Why
couldn't
did she put herself? See, this is what the courts are going to ask. If he was such a threat, why would you put yourself in the harm's way of a man? Because she's going to try to run this shit. Yeah, he used to beat me in a relationship. Okay, well, if he beat you in a relationship, because they're going to go by a preponderance of evidence. If he beat you in a relationship and the relationship is over, why did you go back down there to meet him? Well, I wanted to talk about, we was talking about whatever. Okay, well, if you felt fear in your life, it's like the Plaxico Bird story. Prime example. Nigga, why are you going to a club where you got to carry a gun? If you got to carry a gun into the club that you're going to, nigga, don't go. It's the same thing. And that's what they're going to say. Like, man, you can't say you're in fear of your life of a person and then go to meet that person. If this was happening, you will stay away from that person. You're not going to put yourself in the same vicinity of a person who is beating your ass.
What you said makes a lot of sense if that was a man going to trial. When a woman goes to trial, unfortunately, questions like this can certainly be skipped over.
Oh,
I'm not
hey,
saying
hold
it's
on.
gonna happen in
Hold
her
on, let me read
case,
this.
but they can be.
Let me read this. Hey, wait a minute. In fact, keep talking. I will put it on the screen. I want people to see this. Uh,
Well, I just want to make the point that when a woman goes to trial, now what Rael says should happen, it definitely should happen, but they do a lot of crazy stuff when women on trial versus than when a man is on trial. You just never know how that's gonna go. That's why you got so few of them in prison now.
Yeah, see, if his family is on it like the way they're supposed to be, yeah, she going up under. That ain't gonna happen. Like, I understand what you're saying, but
She should go up on it.
that's gonna unravel very fast. I mean, that's very simple. Like, if you felt like you was in harm's way from this person, why the hell would you drive all that distance
Now,
to
you make a lot of sense, Rael. But Botham Jeans killer got 10 years, and that man was eating a bowl of ice cream.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you never know how it's gonna go with a woman on trial.
Yeah.
hey, get this headline right here. Look at that.
Yep. See, I told y'all that gender studies, man.
She was a gender studies PhD student.
I told y'all. I told you. I'm telling you, I saw it in college, man. I saw them pro-black chicks. They was with dashikis. They was talking all that lingo, and then they moved right over from the black study stuff to the feminist stuff. And when I got off of that pro-black stuff, the reason why I got it because I saw that it was basically the same thing. It was just that the pro-black stuff had a dashiki on it. It was not real. It was nothing but feminism. That's all it was. Wrapped up
I'm gonna keep pushing.
Pro-black babble in jargon. That's all it was.
I'm gonna keep pushing back on using the term pro-black for those feminists. My thing is call them what they are. They was feminists from Jump Street. That's all they ever was. That's probably all they ever gonna be. Pro-blacks are pro-blacks. They help black people. Pro-blacks don't separate men from women when you're talking about black folks. If you separate men from women, you are not pro-black. You are a black feminist, and a black feminist is a white supremacist. Point blank, period.
Yeah.
If you're pro-black, you want what's the absolute best for the quote unquote black community. I know people call it community, whatever. I mean, whatever you want to refer to it as. But a lot of people argue that the existence of the community is no longer there.
It's not. It's not. And the reality of the situation is, um, like even when I talked to my grandmother, she talked about during her time when they were coming up during the 30s and the 40s and the 50s. There were black people back then who were looking at our family as being uppity because my family on my dad's side was led by a patriarch, and he didn't let his kids, men or women, be out there in the streets being God knows where. No, it wasn't like that. But my great grandparents were highly respected in the community overall. So, you know, my family members had a standard to live up to. But make no mistake about it, like there were black people from other families who didn't like what my family stood for. So this idea that there are black people, you know, who they're, to me, I say this all the time. You can't be pro-black and anti-family. Like it just doesn't go together. Go together. It just makes absolutely no sense. If you're anti-family, there's no way you could be for any kind of black people, especially your own family member. You're against family. So if you're gonna be against your own blood family, why would you be for any other people's family members? So it makes no sense. And that's what you will see a lot of these women, because you got to realize too, a lot of these women come to college. They come to college already with the nigga ain't shit mentality already. Once they get that degree, it's just a cherry on top. It's basically saying that they have a green light to basically attack black men with impunity and no response and no penalty. And so that's why you get so much pushback from these females who a lot of them are educated, and they think that it's really real because somebody wrote something in a book and that's it. They don't understand agendas. They don't understand why this particular person, I'm sorry. I'm not going to read any material and take it seriously as far as families are concerned that's written by somebody from the LGBT so-called community. I'm not going to take that seriously. They're not walking my shoes. We're not the same. So why would I give them any credence as to what a family is just because they want to turn family into something that's different that supports their own agenda? No, I'm not going to do that. But many of these females have done it. They do it all the time. They were, matter of fact, I remember when I was on Facebook years ago, and I said to this black chick, I said, you know what's so funny? I said, a gay black man has a better chance of getting married in the United States than a straight black man. I said, tell me I'm wrong. And she messaged me back and said, nah, you're not wrong. I would agree with that. I'm sick. She agreed. And that lets you know how bad it really is. That lets you know.
Well, I mean, that makes all the sense in the world. And my thing is, the only reason I don't like calling them people pro-blacks is because it disrespects the people who actually did stuff for black people. And I don't want to disrespect the folks who actually put in work in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s and so on and so forth. And when it come down to it, black women go to college to make sure they don't have to listen to a man anyway. And that's the goal when they go there. It's not to get a degree. A degree is the thing they have to get to make sure they don't have to listen to a man. If the degree was not necessary to do that, then the degree wouldn't even be pursued. So they don't go to college.
Yeah, you listen to Kevin show a lot. That's what a lot of those females say. I was raised by women who told me to go get a degree, so you don't have to depend on no man. Some of these women have mothers who have husbands, sometimes even their own biological father, and they were still pushed to go get a degree to not depend on a man. And it's like, but your mom is married to a man and dependent on one. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't really listen to Kevin's show that much anymore. When he changed his format, I did listen to it a few whole shows. I see a clip here and there just to kind of stay abreast. But I mean, he pretty much preaching the same stuff I'm preaching on a lot of levels. So, you know, I don't really need to hear him say the same things I'm gonna say. But the sad part is he on the high value man stuff, and like I say, he can't even get to that stuff because he's still dealing with the 4 bases every call. Seems like, or just about every call. It's hardly ever a woman who ain't got past the 4 bases that'll call the show, which is sad.
Mm.
Let me tell you this story, and this is why a lot of black men, I'm telling you, you gotta be critical thinkers, man, when it comes to these chicks, man, because they will try to run game on you. I was I think I was about 21. I was in college. I met this chick. She was in college too. She was about 37. Started dealing with her. And this is the type of stuff these females will do. Because they will try to play you for a dummy. But see, I've always been a smooth type dude, just sit back and lay in the cut and just watch actions. But I won't say anything. So I was talking. We were. This is after we had. She had started dealing with this other dude. So we were just still cool, just still kicking or whatever. So we were having a conversation. She was like, well, I don't like to have sex with more than one man at a time because, if I get pregnant or, I kiss him, I want to know if somebody gave me some or whatever. I said, that's not true. She was like, what you talking about? I said, you have had sex with more than one man at a time. And she was like, no, I haven't. I said, yes, you have. I said, you was messing with me and you was messing with the dude you eventually started dealing with, who you eventually got a partner with. And she was like, no, I didn't. I was like, yes, you did. So was you calling me a liar? Blah, 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 blah. So, we went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So she she hung up she hung up the phone. And so I called her back. And because she got real defensive, and I was like, "Why you so angry?" I was like, "I ain't mad at you. I'm just telling you what it is." So I said, "Okay." I said, "I can prove to you that you did." I said, once I prove this to you, I said, "Don't get mad. Don't be on silly stuff." I was like, "Just take it for what it is." So after she let me say it, I said, "Look, when my homeboy went out of town for Christmas." Because I asked, I said, when did you and this dude start being together? She said, November. I said, well, when my homeboy went out of town with his family, he wanted me to watch his spot. I said, you came through. I said, and I hit on Christmas. So therefore, you was already in a relationship with that dude. Y'all had your own place together. I said, and you still let me hit. So your rule that you claim that you have, you didn't follow those rules. You know what this chick's response to me was?
That didn't count.
Her response was, and see you wonder why black women don't like you.
Well, how does she know? I guess they always know. That is the weirdest fucking thing.
I caught her red-handed in the lie, and she still wouldn't take it. Okay, yeah, you got me. Damn, are you right? And see, what she didn't realize was me and her had went because she was an Eastern Star, and so they had some meeting, and we had a hotel room, and because it was Eastern Stars and Masons too. And the dude that she ended up getting with, she introduced me to the dude. Once she introduced me to the dude, I already knew she was fucking. I already knew. But I just didn't say anything. But I just stayed back in the cut and I just held it. And when she tried to come with the BS, I was like, oh nah, you ain't gonna run that game. I don't know who you think you're talking to. Because a lot of times, especially when I was younger, I used to deal with a lot of older women, and they used to think that because they were older, they were slick. They thought they were like, oh, I'm dealing with this young dude, I can run over him. boy, I used to put them in their place so hard. It used to piss them off too. Like, but at the same time, those same women will come back and be like, man, you very mature for your age, man. I know men my age that they ain't even close to being mature as you. But they would try to run those games, and that's what I'm trying to tell fellas. You got to be a critical thinker. Like, most of the time when a female introduces you to a dude, she smashed that dude. She smashed him or she wants to. And so just be very careful, man, and how you roll with these chicks, man, because you could put yourself in a compromised position, not understanding like how these chicks roll, because you thinking like, well, I wouldn't do that to a chick like that, but shit, they will. and won't even think it's disrespectful.
Well, yeah, a lot of guys get caught in their own ego, so they can't see simple stuff like that. But I'm gonna say this: any woman that introduces you to any man, that man means something. The question that you have to ask yourself as a man is, what does he mean? Is this her dad? Is this her brother? Is this her cousin? Is this a relative? Is this a family friend? Because if it ain't really fitting those, that's that nigga that hit it already. That's what it pretty much gonna boil down to at the end of the day. But every introduction means something to a woman. Women don't introduce men that mean nothing to them. Right. They barely even talk to men that mean nothing to them.
Yeah. I absolutely agree. Because, see, people do what they want to do. And then there's this thing called accountability that never comes into place for some of these. And that what leads to a lot of this little conflict that we have. And shit fucking sucks. But, we deal with it. And if it's bullshit, we'll call bullshit. Mm-hmm. Period.
Right. You got there are types of females out here who they can have a baby daddy, and you dealing with the chick. She'll give her baby daddy a key to the damn apartment or house, and he can just come whenever he want to. You sitting up in there blowing a chick back out. Man, you don't know that this chick is getting down like this. Some chicks want to see dudes fight over them. They want to see it. Like, dudes gotta really be thinking out here, man. Like, I had to try to tell this one dude when I was at the gym a couple of years ago. He was like, he was bragging about smashing dudes' chicks. I said, dude, man,
hey, Ryan, before you go into that story, let me just say this real quick over what you said, because the chick will give a dude the key to the house. As a man, you got to learn how to say what's up when that nigga come in. That's what you got to do. What's up, nigga? What up, homie? Just let it be cool, and automatically relegate her to smash only. Whatever your situation was, she's now been relegated to smash only. And that's how you keep it cool, you keep it peaceful, and you keep getting the pussy.
Yeah, man. I was talking to this dude and tried to tell him, man. I was like, dude, do you know that there are females who will literally set you up? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, because sometimes, man. When you could be smashing the chick, her phone going off. She was looking at the phone. She could be texting, whatever, and you don't know who she texting. You ain't seeing what she texting. She could be texting the nigga like, "Oh yeah, you can come over," and she could be. This is the dude she really want. She want to make him mad. Man, you come up. He come up in there, man. He be ready to kill you, and then she could be like, "Oh man, he was raping me. Man, this dude kill you. You dead." She get back with the dude. And he's so stupid, like he fall for it, like he kill a dude. You know what I'm saying? But he could get off if they could sell it to the police, like, yeah, he was raping me. Like, she could type that on her phone. She could type that on the phone while I'm trying to tell y'all dudes, like, you gotta be very careful with these type of shit. Look at this story, man, that he got head up on the street. Like, he didn't think this chick was gonna go out like that, but man, she did. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta really pay attention to these chicks, man.
Well, the problem is when a nigga start arguing over pussy, whatever she told him becomes believable. If I was with your chick and you see your chick and you say something to me about your chick, oh, my bad, homie. That's your chick. You got it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna fight you over no broad because I don't care enough about her to be fighting over her in the first place. So my thing is, why would I go with behavior that's gonna allow her story to be bought into. No, player, I ain't know. You got it. You know what I'm saying? You do
Hey,
what you need to do.
let Gerald get on in real quick. He's been up here for about a few minutes, but what up, Gerald?
What's up, Gerald?
What,
What's going on, Gerald?
what's up, y'all? The champ is here. The champ is here.
As
Hey,
Donnie says, Pimp G.
yeah. Hey, hey, my statement to Ra is just keep living, dude. Just keep living, because I can tell you young. I'm bypast that. I got countless stories of men dying behind them. Countless stories. One dude go to prison, one dude go to the grave. She continues to live and give away to a poor nanny. So now I'm like, I'm gonna go back to the beginning of the show. You said, who are the allies of black men for real? Take a good look in the mirror. We are our own allies. They have left us and went to another plantation. This all came up in the in with welfare. That's what welfare meant. Farewell to the family structure. Let's keep going. I don't know why the hell y'all keep saying Michelle and that possibly could be a man. This is a possibility that's strong. Those two children that are theirs. See, I've been listening to the show all night. So those two children that are theirs, you should go look at their two friends. One of them is a doctor. If you look at those two, the father and the mother, or that man and his wife, those two children that are called Michelle look just like those people. Let's be realistic. As far as Barry, he ain't shit to us. The son of a bitch didn't do nothing for us. He didn't do nothing. Now, if I was part of the LGBT ABCD community, shit, I'd be good. But I'm not part of their community. So for him to even make his opening statement, but he used rappers to do his thing, he should be considered a blessed man. Because if this was another country, he would be ducking, because they coming for his ass. They will, because he's bold enough to say that in the States. He's not bold enough to go in another country, do the same thing, and grab his balls and talk about rappers. If them rappers so bold to beat each other's ass, y'all need to point the finger at that punk ass. Yes, I said it. He's full of shit. I didn't like that dude from the beginning. I didn't. It just was something about him, just like George Bush or 911. There's no way you can tell me a man in the K bombed the World Trade Center. I'm not falling for that narrative. It just doesn't sound right. Let's continue, because Ed was dropping some shit on Ron Paul, this and that and this and that, and Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders' bitch ass is in trouble too. You must understand this. You guys are young. So I've seen some bullshit in my lifetime. And for a man to take a $1 salary, this is what Donald J. Trump took for this job of becoming president. If you hear him sometimes, he says it. I wish I didn't do what I had to do. You all should consider yourself lucky, because there was no other man who wanted to step to the plate and step towards George Soros and say, dude, I'm not finna do this for the people. Then you have to go into the Bible. He said, do not take this what? Seal of the beast. That's what the vaccination is. How the hell are we going to listen to a goddamn man named Bill Gates, who is not a doctor, who is down with the Silicon Valley shit? Again, if this was Russia, his ass would not be living. It would be at his ass. Only in America, he can get a fair trial. I still say I see a brick coming from somewhere at his ass. Him and Dr. Fauci, they are trying to take us off of the planet. So this Dominion shit they talking about, or this domino voting system, Canada is going to be in trouble where I'm at. You know why? Because the system comes from here, which has some investors, which goes back to Nancy Pelosi husbands, which goes global. Once you even, and I think about this, Adolf Hitler's daughter is a prime minister of Germany. That alone should make y'all like, wait a minute, wait, something's not right.
Are you serious?
That's his daughter, damn it. That's his goddamn daughter, y'all. That's what I'm saying. So that's why some. Okay,
I make sure I've heard you right. Did you just say Adolf Hitler's daughter is a prime minister of Germany?
What's real and rolling up a joint for 400, Alex? What I just stated, Roger the Dodger. Professor, that is his fucking daughter.
So his daughter in charge where they was baking niggas.
Yeah. Yes, a driver. Yes, a driver. Yes, that's that truck talking. Yes, a driver. Yeah. So in other words, you have to turn off the news because you got the left going against the right. Now think about when all this shit happened. The left was acting a fool, burning down cities, doing this, doing that. That's when even Maxine Waters, which I have never liked her ass. Something about her too. It was just something I can see that I didn't like her, like I don't like Jesse Jackson. I remember when MLK got shot. I didn't agree with MLK. I didn't like the shit what he was saying. Let's get along. Hold up, we got our own black dollars. I didn't mind getting my ice cream cone from a black man or burger joint from a brother like Roy. I didn't mind going and getting one of them juicy ass burgers. Then all of a sudden, other shit changed. So Maxine Waters was the one say when you see him get up in their face, and when you see Trump supporters get up in their face and fight him and this and blah, 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 blah. This is about control. When that old son of a bitch got in, the first thing his punk ass say, we're going to lock this bitch down for a whole year. That's when the brick should have been coming at his ass. I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying we have to protect the children and ourselves. I'm saying that to everybody, including cops. There's no way we should be fighting each other. The 99% of people or the 95% of people who are on here struggling on all levels of life. I don't give a shit if you don't like black people. I don't give a shit if you don't like white people. The one thing in common these people, these 5% people got, they don't like none of us. That is a fact. Okay, let's close that chapter and go to y'all shit about this woman that stalked the dude and shot him. Her ass is lucky that I'm not his brother, because bitch, I'm gonna find you or your family. That's some dumb shit. And here's another thing. Y'all should go look up something called the Dahomey tribe. This was in Africa. They call them a bunch of fierce women. I think these women were aided by maybe the French or maybe them people in fucking up men. Yeah, that feminism shit was over in Africa, and they fucked up a lot of men. And I read this book on the west side of Georgia, and I knew right then I'm not too fond of these women. And then I began to see what Rael was saying about the attitudes of the women, because remember, I go back in schools I graduated in college in the 80s, so I go back in the 70s. I realized I wasted my goddamn time, because what the children got now is you don't have to go to school to become a millionaire. College and life will be better for Kevin's daughter because she doesn't have to waste money. Now, when I coached basketball, that was the first thing I told these young girls about college. You don't have to go to college and put your parents in debt. Some of those girls thought about their parents, that they loved them so much that they reconsidered in putting their parents in debt and going to college. See, that's the difference between the one side of the fence and the other side of the fence. Once you implement welfare, it means farewell. It fucked up the minds. And when they said you don't need no man, you just need the government. We your man. Even TV Fakes punk ass said that one time. You don't need no man. You need God. That's all you need. He said this shit. And some preachers went in on his ass. But of course, we know who backs the 501(c)(3) amendment churches. The Vatican. By the way, their ass is in trouble too for the child trafficking. I want y'all to understand this, man. And I'm saying this because if I had to play chess with you guys and I live on Donald Trump, all y'all would be defeated. You better be glad that man, that propaganda tool keeps saying that he's a racist person. The word really is prejudice. Oh yeah, he's racist. He's racist against lazy people. So am I. I'm racist against begging ass bitches who won't get out and go to work. And back to them judges you talking about that enjoy putting men in jail. It goes back to Willie Lynch. We can go to sleep now because they will watch over them for us. Go back and read Willie Lynch. That statement is in there. Live, black and white, and it's there. So what Rael's talking about is he's young. I've known men, I've known stories of men, of friends of men. I have a friend who got stabbed in his heart, y'all, last year. Dude was from, I told one of y'all this story. He was from Africa by way of London, but he lived in Georgia. His father was wealthy, and he came over here and he asked me about the dump truck business. The young man got his own dump truck business. He was wealthy, he was doing good, and this bitch from Georgia stabbed him in his heart in his sleep. In his fucking Sleep. Yeah, she couldn't control them. And it goes back to what you said. Now, see, I'm not a Kevin Samuels person. I don't like Kevin Samuels, and I damn sure don't like Derek Jack. But I like, Kevin Samuels just not a member. Classy brother, dress a lot, dress well, and talks about how value men. How about just a fucking surviving man? Fuck the high value. Because honestly, I can ask all three of y'all. Well, I asked two of y'all questions. I have to push Kevin out of this because Kevin is on the other side of the fence because he is a married man moving in the right direction, which is structure. Family, got a daughter. Wife know her role. She's the nucleus. She's probably a teammate and not his enemy because they have a daughter together and they have to work for her success. But when it comes to me, even Rael, it comes to you two guys, that you all have to be extremely careful. I didn't say very. I said extremely careful. You have.
I agree with that.
Let me say this.
Go, Rob.
What? Before you go, Rob. Hey, Kev, I'm gonna jump off my phone and onto my computer, so I'll be backstage in a second.
Word.
Did you get that car jumped off?
Oh, I've been did that. I did that.
Just to let you know, I was listening, man. I was listening. All right, Rob, what you talking about, dog? What you talking about?
Just turned 42. Thank the gods. Let me say this. I've been doing research for a long time. I probably got about 15 years research up under my belt. A lot of this stuff, I just put it like this, like, only families rule. Individuals don't. And in Black America, when we talk about families, we talk about families from the bar is set so low. We talk about families like on some like, you have to have a daddy, you have to have a mommy, and then you have to have kids. People who are talking about ruling, when they say families, they mean a cohort of people connected through blood, put in powerful positions to make sure that their families stay ruling, which means their concept of family is scientific. It's very strategic.
Some incest shit too, bro. They got some sinister shit going on that side of the fence. Who wants to school us about family?
You can go back to the days of ancient Egypt and the Egyptians. They did the same thing. Facts. They did the same thing. And the reason why they did it, because it wasn't just incest, just for incest purposes. And I'm not saying that I condone it. I'm just saying the reason why they were on it like that was because they did not want any people to taint their bloodline. That's why they did it. So again, when I say scientific, I say scientific for a reason, because all it takes is one corrupt person, gene-wise, to come into your family, and they can come and ultimately destroy your family. We talk about family on this side on some Dr. Seuss type shit. People who are talking about, they're talking about families from a completely different perspective in terms of money, politics, spheres of influence. They're on a whole nother level.
Okay, question, Rael. I got a question for you. Just to throw a little salt in there with you. Who educated us? Who are the people who educated us?
Finish. Now, it's all great and well to talk, because I was there at one point. I was one of those people that was like, yo, man, read this, yo, man, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, get this and that forth. And the truth of the matter is, if you look at the long trajectory of history, this is why Malcolm X made the point that he made years ago about studying history. When you look at the long trajectory of history, the reality of the situation is that the masses of people throughout the course of history have chosen slavery more than they chose freedom. This is facts. Look at all these major civilizations, even primitive ones. You are going to find evidence of slavery in these places. And so for me, I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people that's sitting here trying to constantly make excuses for people who are choosing slavery, because if you live in America and you want to constantly choose slavery after you have Garvey, after you have Malcolm, after you have Noble Drew Ali, after you have all these different types of people who come along and try to wake you up, and you still choose slavery, then at that point I'm going to have to say, you know what? So freedom just may not be for you. And if that's what your individual family chooses to do as an individual family, that's on y'all. I ain't in this. I'm not in this for the black.
Still got to answer that question.
I'm family first. I'm not black first. I'm family first. Now, if we meet each other and we in the same square and we just happen to be black and we connect, cool. I'm cool with that. But this idea that I'm going to drop some knowledge that's going to make people wake up and have an epiphany. I have studied all types of stuff that will blow people's mind. And I have seen the same people who study the same stuff with me, and they talked a good game, but when it was time to put that work in, them niggas chose slavery too. And they read the same type of stuff, some of the same stuff that you're talking about. I read some of the same type of stuff. And at the end of the day, when it came time to put in work, like I said, I've been on this stuff, I've been studying for 15 years. And I'm telling you, when it came time to put in work, when it came time to say, hey, okay, on this brother stuff, let's do this. When it came time to it, at the end of the day, them dudes chose slavery. And it didn't matter. It didn't matter if it didn't matter if it was slavery to a female and the guy not way of thinking. Them dudes and females too, they still chose a form of slavery that basically allowed them to keep railing at the system while simultaneously not doing anything at the same time.
Rael, what region do you stay in the United States? Like South, North, like what? Middle, Midwest, or what?
Well, I'm in the South now. I'm in the South.
You're in the South. So okay, and when you was going through all this, what area was this in? Was it still in the South?
It was Atlanta.
Again, okay, let me say this. See, you one of those lucky ones. You one of those, no, let me take that word out. You one of them fortunate ones that something in your life led you in that road to do this. But let's look at the map with me. Swing all the way around from Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. That's the Bible Belt. That is also the plantation mentality. That's the way those Negroes think. I've been there where you been until I realized, shit, I might as well start working with myself. And then if you go up around New York, that's where you get the guys with the slick talk. You must understand it took a long time for them to derail the thoughts. Because remember, they didn't learn nothing. They had to learn everything from us. And to only find out now that we may be in the real natives and that we're really not from Africa, it's like, wait a minute. So a lot of information has been kept away from us. Now, when you say Marcus Garvey, and these people think Marcus Garvey might be a rapper. They can tell you who Nicki Minaj is and wop, which means it doesn't mean wet ass. It means worthless ass people. Remember that. That's what WAP means. WAP, worthless ass people. In the South, it got a bunch of religious jackasses. Bunch. Talking about thinking people, they're not thinking people. I'm now realizing this even on Facebook when some of my people that I went to school with, they keep dogging out Trump and they keep supporting Biden. And I have to say, damn, so y'all really supporting this ass sniffing, trafficking man. Y'all really doing this. And it's like, and they have no critical thinking answer. And that's when I realized, I was like, well, shit, I didn't waste the time on this plantation. I wish I can push the hands of time back so I can go 20 with this mentality I got and say, F them Negroes, F them chumps, and F them punks. because I realized they love the plantation life. If Tell Live Vision spoke of Marcus Garvey and all these righteous people, then the mindset would be a little bit different. But this Tell Live Vision ain't gonna tell you that. They gonna tell you that Kim Kardashian is getting people out of prison. That's what it's gonna tell you. I would say this as a brother that's 40 some years old. You don't want the 43-year-old headache up until my age. Drop that fucking headache, build yourself, and don't worry about it. Because one thing I know about these people that we call black, a lot of them, they ain't got no love for what's truth.
Let me tell you what a dude. Let me tell you what a dude from Canada told me. Brother Lynch, powerful brother too. He told me in 2012. He had been, between Canada and Georgia. He told me, he said, collectively, black people have genetically hit a brick wall. He said, black people collectively are not going any further than where they are. He said, I can appreciate you for choosing this path. He said, because I know, you had to go through some stuff to choose this path. He said, but I commend you. He said, man, but what you got to do is look at this like a battlefield. And he said that when you see people on the battlefield drop dead,
move on.
You can't run up to them and try to check on them and see if they all right. They're gone. They out.
Keep it moving.
He said you better keep moving because you don't want to get yourself in a compromised position. And so I've always kept that close because I've been through the chamber. I've been through, like I tell people all the time, like, it's one thing to do battle with these people online and you're going back and forth with them. It's a different ballgame when you're dealing with them in the academic world. I've dealt with these people in the academic world, stood up to these people in the academic world. You know what I'm saying?
You got blackballed too, did you?
And at the end of the day, I put my life in danger for doing so too.
Yep. You got blackballed, homie.
So make no mistake about it, being online and it's all great. But when you truly in the trenches, because when I came off the pro-black stuff, and I've said this to this day, coming out of that pro-black experience made me understand Malcolm a whole lot more. I understood what he felt. Because Malcolm had he had that naivete that a lot of black people have when they have this mentality of saving black people, because you're going into it with the mindset of trying to save people from a victim perspective. But what if you apply the Morris history perspective on black people as a collective and view them from that lens?
They don't teach us that.
Would you still look at them with the same concern and care? You wouldn't, because that was, if you watch the movie Django, that was what was at play. Candy kept trying to look in his eyes when he got to put the dogs on the dudes, when he had the dudes basically fight each other to the death.
Yep.
He kept looking at him to see, was he going to have some pity in his heart for them?
Yep.
He knew that if he was the man that he said he was, that could do business and talk the language, because he had a goal to achieve. He was there to get his woman. He knew that if he could do business, then he was being honest about what he was telling him. But if he felt sorry for them, he knew that he was one of them.
Yep.
And that's what black people are going to have to get. Black people are going to have to stop romanticizing slavery, because it's a slice of history. It's not the complete history. And they're going to stop. They got to stop trying to trauma bond with each other off of history, because at the end of the day, when these females chose to do feminism, they chose not to trauma bond. They said, I'm going out here and get me some shit.
Well,
and they still want to get some shit that in their mind, I ain't saying it was true, but in their mind, they felt that black men couldn't get it for them. They said, forget the trauma bonding. And I agree with all that. I ain't trauma bonding either. I'm not talking about none of that stuff. I'm not, because the reason why I'm not talking about it is not because I don't have any sympathy and empathy in my heart for the people who experienced it. It's precisely because the people who use that history only use it to be dumbasses. They don't use it to elevate the group. They use it as a reason to keep trying to get this plantation party to keep giving them some free stuff.
But I say it again to you, Rael. What the hell? What when it comes to movies, the only movie they show the people is a freaking slave movie.
Nah,
They do.
Hold on. I felt the same way before I saw Django, and then I saw it, and then I said, "Oh, okay, I get this. I understand what this is." It wasn't just a slave movie. That movie had a whole bunch of stuff. First of all, when I looked up the name Django, when I researched the name, and I looked up what it meant, Django means I awake. Now they said he was a free man in the movie, but he was a slave in the movie, but what slave know how to shoot a gun?
Are you kidding me? Bro, you
What I'm saying is there's a whole bunch of things that were being talked in that movie that was not what people thought it was. I thought the same thing before my homie had told me. He's like, "No, man, you need to go see this movie. You need to go see it." Because I didn't see 12 Years a Slave and all that. I wasn't going to go see it. And my homie told me to go see it. And I started doing my research. Like, okay, I understand what the movie was really saying. So what I'm saying to you is that at the end of the day, like each individual family, like at the end of the day, my great grandparents, they grew up in Deep South. You know what I'm saying? You know, during segregation, Jim Crow, all that, man, they had a standard. So that I don't care what anybody says. Just because you in this particular condition doesn't mean you have a standard. Because even when Black people were in some of the worst conditions, Black people still had standards. Now there were some Black families that had standards, and then you had some that didn't. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a choice. When these females decide to have children with certain types of men, they're making a choice. They're basically saying they want their direction of their bloodline to go downhill and collapse.
Called programming.
Free will. I still do that. That ain't my job to solve. It ain't I ain't here to make excuses for them. I ain't here to say, well, you know, they got hoodwinked and they got tricked and all that. Because if they are gonna say, if these pro-Black people gonna say the Black woman is God, then how can God get tricked by the devil? I ain't trying to hear.
Well, that's again all programming. Now I hear you. I hear you. So all you doing is deprogramming yourself, which is a good thing. But everything you said, I'm still looking at shit. This is programming. See, I broke them shells, and I'm glad I did. And I didn't need the internet to do it. I had to live the real life. Seeing Kennedy get killed, seeing all four of those guys get killed, and then looking at the programming for what they did. Because, see, the programming was started along with me, but the programming wasn't for me. Just like the programming of the mask, wearing the mask. I just saw it about maybe 3 weeks ago. Wearing this mask is not for us. Wearing this mask is for the ones in the schools, because the word is called comply. Oh, they good at what they doing. See, their thing is of going to war without dropping a bomb. See, I read. Hold on. Not yet. See, I understand that, but again, I'm kind of up in another war because I can come down to your war and see what you're seeing, but I'm looking at a up-to-date war. This war is about comply. That comply is they want son of a guns to take this damn vaccination shot. They really want people to do that shit. That shit ain't happening. That's why the best thing that's happening to the world is what they're doing in America. And they know America got guns. Everywhere else in the world, they ungun their asses. Not in America. This is why everybody trying to get them guns now. Because this shit is real what's coming upon us. And they trying to push this communist shit in the face of people. This is why I cannot worry about that war that you're talking about with these goddamn females. My thing is, why did you put all them females in judge positions? And I hope some of these females listen to this show. Because if you pushing the button, and if you think that some of these men are not going to rebel, some of you Black women, they're going to come at your front door. Justice will be prevailed, just like life is going to come through a woman. That's all day long. But these women better wake the hell up. And I already think it's too late for some of them. Majority of them. And I'm talking about not just women of tone. I'm talking about women of a culture. Because this Western culture shit is gone mad. It's madness to this shit now, Rael, Roger, and Kev. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. When they said they was going to, when the possibility of this being pushed, who was the first people that they say they was going to target?
Us?
No. The first people that they said they were going to target was people on food stamps.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I did say us, and it is us on food stamps.
That ain't me.
That's true. All the people who are useless feeders, as George Bush called them, he called them the useless eaters.
Now, if you go back in time in the United States, there was a case that went all the way up to the Supreme Court that said that, and it was a white woman too, and it was basically said that the state could basically force a woman to have an abortion. Now, back then, guess what some of those elite white people were saying? They were saying things like the worst person out here to have a child is a poor white woman. Now, these are white people who said this about other white people. So now it comes into the picture comes into full view, because the first thing they said that it was targeted was people on welfare and who get in Section 8. Now, if you subjected your family structure to that, to get those benefits, well, guess what? Because you chose to get benefits instead of building a strong family to where the men in the family that you connected to, like your husband and stuff like that, could protect you where you don't have to worry about it. Guess what? That's what you get.
The program worked.
You put yourself at the mercy of somebody who is giving you. And like Napoleon found out the hard way back in the day, Napoleon said, the hand that giveth is always more powerful than the hand that receiveth.
What else did Napoleon say? What else did he say? You got to keep going. You just can't give half that story. You got to say something else.
Story. I'm quoting something that he said based on what I'm talking about.
Okay, all right. Hey, listen up. Hood Conservative just came to the panel.
What's up, Hood?
Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
Not too much, man. Go for it.
Let's get in and opening statement, sir. Welcome to the panel, and welcome to the channel.
Thank you for coming on.
Thanks for having me up. You know, I was actually trying to put together like some kind of show. I was going to go live tonight, but I just couldn't find anything I felt like ranting about for hours and change. So I'm glad I bumped into a good conversation at the very least, man.
Yeah.
Peace.
But no, the title of what you typed up is something I was just looking in tonight, and not literally who are the allies of black men, but what's the future of the Democrat Party, and then vis-a-vis what's the black man's relationship to the future of the Democrat Party, and specifically because what I'm looking at right now. Everybody that Joe Biden puts around him, I mean, he puts a few black people, but it's mostly women. And then the men that just got elected to this term in Congress, like it's mostly, I don't think there's any new black Democratic men. I think there's like a black Republican man. Mm-hmm. But we mostly got like young, new progressives. So we got I think we got 3 black men coming to the House of Representatives this year. 2 of them are gay, and one of them is just, you know, he's a simp. That's just a polite way to put it. He's just a big giant simp.
Where are they from? What state are they representing?
2 of them are coming right out of New York, and I'm not sure exactly where the third one is. He might be in New York as well, but yeah, they're definitely from. I think they're all from like the Northeast region anyway.
Okay, because the one in New Jersey is the one who told on Obama that he did more for slavery than anybody in history, and they trying to shut him up. They got another brother coming out of California. He's shutting down Maxine Waters. This is why I say Nancy Pelosi, Maxine Waters, they coming at them for what they have done for over years. This whole Trump thing is not really a president thing. It's a sting operation, and he was the bait. That was the bait that military needed. So I'm trying to find something. You keep talking. I'm gonna find something, and I'm gonna put it in the chat because it's gonna let you know when we as blacks transferred over to the Democratic Party. I was kind of a little kid in this shit because we was Republicans. Mm-hmm. That's when that Louisiana history was being taught. Oh man, they had black. Remember coming out of slavery? A lot of those dudes went straight to politics. That's when those white cats got pissed off because they didn't even want to be in the same governmental situation of that with those blacks. And now I'm finding out, which goes, I can throw a pitch at Rael. That's because it was the Moors who taught these white folks even about constitutions. They didn't know nothing. It was even the brothers that helped write this Constitution. You need to go to Phil Valentine on that, because Phil Valentine be throwing some serious curves that make you do Arsenio Hall, things that make you
Well,
go,
let's talk about that whole theoretical switch for a minute. Like,
go.
it's hard to say that the values of the party switched. So whatever was the organizing principle behind the Democrat Party versus the Republican Party, they didn't switch ideologies. So it's black people who switched, and by switching parties, we therefore had to switch ideologies. So once you talk about the party switch, I think that was a convenient lie to cover up the truth of black people changed.
Okay.
Well,
I'm still looking.
D'Souza has already debunked this idea that the party switched. First of all, it makes absolutely no sense. Just the fact that they would even try to pass that bullshit. The idea that one party that was for slavery, that seceded from the Union because of the threat of slavery not being able to be expanded in the territories, that has spent all its time post-slavery basically starting massacres to keep black men from exercising their right to vote through the 15th Amendment is just ludicrous. You're gonna completely switch to a completely different ideology while simultaneously the Klan is still goddamn moving. Like, ain't nobody ever said that the Republican Party was pushing the Klan. Nobody's ever said that, because they know that will be a lie. So which party was pushing that? It was the Democratic Party. So this idea that it switched, like how did it switch? Hell, you can go back to the 80s and 90s and they were still burning crosses on black people's damn lawns and burning down churches. Ain't never been no damn switch. That's just some bogus stuff that they knew that they could throw to black people, and black people would just eat it up, because black people ain't gonna research and read shit that actually learn some shit. Which is what Noble Drew Ali said years ago, that if you want to change the people, you first must change their literature. You got to change what they read. Well, black people don't read, so that's why they don't change.
That right there is a little bit tricky. It's deeper than black people just don't read. It's we're being indoctrinated into this. So not only do you have to read with intent to to disabuse yourself of all these lies. You know what I mean? So when you go to school, you can't tell me all these black kids graduating from college never read. They're reading bullshit.
Exactly. Who controls your education? The winner of the war controls your education, which I went at Rael, because see, I've been where he's at 42. I'm just glad that I got to this point, because it all works under what Hitler said. Propaganda. Boy, they fucking with this computer bad. I'm gonna put this vid in there for you, Hood, so you can check this out. God damn it. They fucking with my computer bad, man. They don't want me to put this up. They don't. They just closed the window. I'm not lying. These bastards just closed the window, and I found it. I found the vid I want to put up there. What you said about us being indoctrinated is if you can control the minds of the people, which goes back to what Rael said about Napoleon. The French knew French were dirty. They still dirty, y'all. You know, that's what created Adolf Hitler. The French. The French used to treat the Germans just like they treat us in America. Adolf Hitler said, never again, and he roasted their asses. Yes, he did. So we ain't got it. We ain't got it yet, because the Louisiana Purchase come under the French, which was all the way from the top of the United States that rolled all the way down to Louisiana. See, they don't teach that stuff. But just so happened, I had a black teacher, and he threw that at us. He taught us what's in the books, and then he put in the ingredients right in between the lines. So you know a brother gonna tell the truth, and that's exactly what the brother told. But it wasn't in the books what he was saying, how these people were. So yes, somebody's reading some books, but we are modern day, what you would call Hood, modern day slaves. They don't want to go.
Well,
Okay, go ahead.
I want to look up real quick. I just want to throw this out there real quick, and I'm gonna have to dip out myself. But now see, I was talking to a person and we're reading some other literature. I'm just gonna say that some other literature, and he was telling me that Hitler had a whole different purpose than what we were told he had. And his purpose was to eradicate people basically practicing fake Judaism. You know, they were
Bruh, you have
trying
no
to.
idea how deep that rabbit hole is, bro. You
And
will
he was
ruin the
fighting the
stream.
bankers too, Raj. He was fighting actually the
Well,
same bankers that rule now.
well, before y'all get into all that, I'm just gonna say that the fact, because I'm about to look this up myself,
Okay.
but the fact that you just mentioned that you said Hitler's daughter is a prime minister in Germany.
Or she's a president, whatever it is, she's a leader. I can see her face. I just can't call her name.
Okay, but whatever that is, if Hitler has any descendant that's ruling in Germany now, and Germany went, what happened in Germany went to what happened the way they tell us it happened. That just sounds real suspicious to me. I'm
I'm
just
gonna tell you a
saying.
little story. I'm gonna tell you a quick story. The World Economic Forum, right? These are the people who are behind that Great Reset, that phrase we keep hearing a lot lately. So, the World Economic Forum was founded by, let's just say, one of Hitler's greatest bankers. So the dude that's leading it now, Klaus Schwab, his father was a German industrialist. So, industrialist is a broad term, but basically, he's into, import, export factories, that sort of shit. He's high level in Germany. Now, it's inconceivable that, especially back in the 40s, that a high level German industrialist would not know the high level banker in the Nazi party, because in order to be an industrialist during the Nazi era, you had to be in good standing with the party. Now, years later, after all the bankers of the Nazi party escaped the noose, they didn't get touched in the Nuremberg stuff. They go on to start like Swiss Bank, I think, and some other banking institutions, but among other endeavors was beginnings of the World Economic Forum. And then later on, the son of the man who was friends with the top banker, or one of the top bankers in the Nazi party, goes on to become the head, the founder, or the founder of the World Economic Forum. So it doesn't necessarily need the child of Hitler. That's almost a red herring. Hitler had an entire nation, an entire cadre of people who weren't just like soldiers, mind you. You're talking about scientists and theoreticians and bankers and people, industrialists, people at all levels of the stratification of human endeavors. They all spread out after the war, and they didn't just go like to the next town over. They went to banks in London. They went to France. They went to America. What was the whole project to get like Nazi spies into America? Some kind of. But no, there was an entire program to get like the Nazi spies into America, and then not just spies and people like that. Let's get into shit. What's it called? The Frankfurt School. So when you talk about critical race theory and how Marxism made its way into the American education system, it was almost on purpose. You invited these people here.
See, Hood, I just learned
that people stop falling for this shit. That's why I keep saying this.
Hood, I just learned that this year that Germany didn't win the war. Germany didn't lose the war to America. They actually won the war, and they came over to America and told them how shit was going to be, and I'd be damned if it's not this what's going on now. And that's going on. And you're forgetting one critical financial name. I think the name was called Prescott. I think we know him as the Bush family.
That was Prescott Bush. He was the head of the CIA. And I was just listening to something earlier. The CIA itself has Nazi ties. I mean, pretty much any major international institution over the last 40 years has come out of something related to, if not the Nazi party, Nazi ideology, if that's the wrong word, but whatever their founding organizing principles were, their belief didn't die with the war.
Okay, goes back to your question, brother. Who are the allies of black men for real? You understand? See, this is why I like this platform, because this platform is like a plane. It takes dives. It comes up. It goes to the left. It goes to the right. And we still can come back And shit, we got to be our best allies.
Well. Here's the thing. I think it would be more along the lines of like-minded black men,
Right.
because we're becoming a narrow group. Because we actually have black men that have given up. Like we do, and they will become troublesome when the time comes, and that's really a shame. I
What
mean, I wish more black men were on the same page, but we're just not.
I
So
think we're going to get there as long as Raj keeps saying what he's saying, because Raj does a show that sort of says that, like, we really need to build ourselves up, and any of the females who we think can come within this group, then they come. The rest are null and void. That's they done.
a lot of females that come around to these spaces come to be oppositional because of the lack of control in their own lives.
And look, in business, let me tell y'all something. When you're in business, there are men. I'm not saying all men, but there are men who who are serious in business.
Yeah.
Based on the kind of woman that you have, if they see that your woman is an idiot and stupid, and you chose her as a wife, they won't even do business with you. And one of the main reasons why, they know that that woman is going to have some influence on you. And we just saw this happen with the New York Mets when they were trying to sell this team. When your assets are tied into this wife, and y'all decide to go to court, that means if you got a business deal with this particular man, that means your business is going to be caught up in the court. You can't do anything until they resolve their divorce. And this is why I keep telling men, like, business folk, stuff like that, because the women who for the fun and games and for the playing and all that silly type of stuff. First of all, if you 30 years old as a woman and up, and you playing games, you are not to be taken seriously. Like, this is not a game. Like, your existence is nothing to play with. It's not a game. So men have to be much more forthright in terms of moving, in terms of business and industry like that. Because if you're going to be talking about these things like that, this ain't stuff that you be talking about just to be on the sideline. You need to be in the game. And in order to get in this game, man, you're going to need money. And you're going to need a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you want to influence, black people have this idea in their mind that they're going to get people. They're going to get people, humans, who have an animal side, who have the ability to have a dark side and a light side. If you think that you're just going to get them to do things simply based on morality, you're fucking out of your mind. It's not going to happen. When these wealthy people try to influence their children to do stuff, sometimes they can't get their children to do it based off of morality. But if they say, "Yeah, I got this $30 million in this trust fund for you," but if you don't do what I like, if I don't agree with that shit, you ain't getting nothing. I bet you those damn kids think twice about doing that dumb shit they trying to do.
Well, Soros gave his son $20 million just to go away. But I got a question for the chat. This conversation that we just had, and I don't care where it starts, who can answer it. How many you all know a woman that can have a conversation that we just had about Germany, what's going on in the world? I say zero. Somebody else answer that question.
If I were to say something like, "Well, man, we got to give the sisters more credit than that," and then guess what's going to happen? 5 conversations or 10 YouTube videos is going to pop up and say black men ain't shit. That's what's going to happen.
No. I'll give you the easy solution. Default to the obsidian answer. You wouldn't want to see those girls naked anyway.
Hey, but hold on. Premium just came to the panel. I want him to get a word in. Say what you gotta say, bro. Welcome once again. Appreciate you coming by.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys.
Well, you know what? I said I had to go, so let me take my exit as Premium comes in, and that way I don't have to answer that question.
All right. Later, Raj. Later, Raj.
Y'all take it easy.
Okay.
Hey, Rod, long live the habitual line steppers.
Long live the habitual line steppers.
Yeah, man. I was listening to you guys on the way to work. I do graveyard, like towards at the end of the week. So I was making my smoothie for the night, and then I was listening to you guys, and the dude was talking about Hitler's daughter. I was googling in that. I was because I clocked in. I got in and I let back out because I was walking to work. But I was googling Hitler's daughter. I couldn't really find anything. I couldn't find her name. It said that Hitler didn't have any daughters. But then again, that might be a cover up. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But it sounds possible though. You know. But
Yeah.
I got a question for you though. Do you believe in those conspiracy theories about about him fleeing to Cuba?
Yes. Yes. If you go down under, you have to go. I found that out through Joe Rogan, and I found out it's a show called Hunting for the Nazis, and that's one of the dudes that was one of the military guys who said when they went down there and they said it's just like a little Germany. He said they're all down there. So yes, he did escape, and I think he died over 100. Yeah, he died, and he was over 100. And you got to remember that word conspiracy is an American government word. They came up with even the word. You know, understand me? So that's like saying that Bin Laden bombed the World Trade Center. I'm sorry. I'm just not that damn gullible to believe that you're telling me a man in the cave bombed the World Trade Center.
But see, Gerald, that's the thing. It's not enough to know. In fact, I've seen this take place, especially in a lot of pro-black circles where people got a lot of facts, they got a lot of data, but ain't no action. And this is what Amos Wilson talked about years ago.
Great man.
He said to a lot, because it was him who said years ago that the hardest person for him to try to work with was conscious people. He said because conscious people didn't want to do no work. He said, I got a business. He said, I might need somebody to sweep my floors. He said, I might need somebody to go file some documents for me. He said that because conscious people, because they done read all this shit, they think they don't have to put any work in. They don't actually have to do any work. He said, I can get the ignorant people who ain't read nothing, I can get them to work. He said, I can get them to work because they actually just want to contribute and be a part of something. He's like, but a lot of times the conscious people, they look at you like, if I ask them to sweep a floor, they look at me like, I ain't sweeping that floor. I don't got to sweep no floor. And that's the problem, because that's what I saw for years. People with a lot of data, a lot of facts, but no course of action necessary. This is what I keep pushing more so than anything. What's your course of action? Because as far as I'm concerned, I ain't sinking with the Titanic. And as far as I'm concerned, Black America is the Titanic. And I'm here to win. So I ain't sinking with them. You know what I'm saying? As far as I'm concerned, a lot of the talking points I've been pushing for years, man, Black people ain't feeling that shit. Okay, that's cool. Well, I ain't feeling them either. And ain't no love lost on my end. Ain't no love lost on their end. Hey, they figure it out. You figure it out. Do your thing. But the constant, as far as like data and facts, information, I'm all with that type of stuff. But it's supposed to propel people to take a course of action. And a lot of times when it comes to, because even Bobby Hemmings said it years ago, he said consciousness, he said this in the 90s. He said consciousness died in the 90s. He said because Black people turned it into a religion.
Yes. But they got programmed that. See, I agree with everything you say. I also realize they got programmed that way. Program. Now, see, me, if I was around any of you guys, I could work, because one thing I could do, I can be a better Indian than be a leader. Because leader, I ain't got time. Let me hear what you got to say. Let's get this shit done. Let's do it. That's who I am. That's why I've always been good on jobs, because people's like, we don't have to hold your hand. I'm in it to win it. I got that from my grandmother. I also got a lot from my father, because she knew, let me ship your ass off to your father so you can learn what it is to be a man.
You know what's funny about that kind of thinking, and it's part of our educational system. It's part of our culture where like everybody's gonna be a winner, everybody's gonna be the team captain or some shit, and it's like no. Yeah. You can't teach people that everybody's supposed to have it all. No, it can't work that way, because it sounds almost cliche, but it's like, look, some people are better than, it's not cliche, it just sounds fucked up, but some people are better than others, not by birth, but by effort. Right. And that's the problem with it. Like and that's what I hate about where Black politics is headed in this whole moment. Like, can anybody tell me objectively a definitive answer? What is racial justice? What is equity? Like what is economic justice? Like all these qualifiers on a word like justice that kind of has its own rough meaning in itself. So once you put a qualifier on it like racial or economic, or the new one, environmental justice, climate
Yeah,
justice,
yeah,
like what is justice? By putting all these qualifiers on it, we're going to lose the very thing that black people have been intrinsically tied to in this country for a long time, which is actual justice. Like that's been an actual black issue for a long time, and we've gotten so comfortable. We're making up justice issues now.
Well, Dr. Clark said years ago, may peace be upon him. He said, in order for, someone to colonize you, he said, you have to stoop low enough to allow that person space on your back to stand on. And his point was that you are a part of the colonization process. You are a part of it. And so he was always pushing this idea. If it's not about nation building, then what is it about? And he spent a lot of time trying to talk to black people about culture. He really focused a lot of his time breaking down this word culture, because we're really seeing now how important this word truly is, because it's a galvanizing force that brings people at attention. Like it's no different than if you was in a neighborhood back in the 30s or 40s or 50s, and you was walking down the street and you did something wrong, and a black person saw you, not from your family, but they knew of your family. They held your family in high regard. They would say to you, well, first of all, they might whoop your ass. Secondly, but if they didn't, they'd be like, hey, ain't you a Johnson? You know your family don't, and you snap at attention. Oh, let me, because the culture of your family dictated that you act a certain way. And when you deviated from that course of action, you were held accountable like that. That you don't have that in Black America. When we try to say, well, man, this dude over here, man, he was over here doing some stupid stuff and he didn't have to, we sit here and say, well, they didn't have to do that to him. We don't focus on the behavior of we're talking about adults, which pisses me off even more so, because in Black America, we know kids get the shit beat out of them. And nobody ever says, oh, well, this kid had a hard day. You don't know what this kid is going through. But when it comes to adults, you don't know what they've been through. You don't know their life stories, always these damn excuses. And it's like, even the so-called Black intelligentsia has fed into this narrative that Black people are these woe victims that Booker T. Washington talked about. He said this in like 1911 when he talked about the Al Sharpton type. So this is not something that is just recent. This shit has been going on since even his time. So that lets you know, like, this is a fundamental flawed thought process in Black America, where you don't have to be responsible, you don't have to be held accountable, unless you're Black children. Then you got to be held accountable, because then you're gonna get your ass whooped. But you don't have to be held accountable. You don't have to do anything, and you can get a lot of free shit. Like, no, I ain't with that shit. I'm not with none of that shit. And if that means I ain't part of Black America,
wait, Hood, is that the answer you was looking for?
Well, it wasn't so much an answer I was looking for. It's just, this is the way things are. I know exactly what he means when he says these things. Like, funny thing, we mentioned Booker T. When I first started reading up on Booker T, I was reading up on the debate or sort of the conflict between him and W.E.B. Du Bois. And right. Well, hold on. Don't ruin the punchline.
Okay.
Because look, I sided with Booker T years ago. I figured you made more sense. Like, you build people from the bottom up, and W.E.B. Du Bois seemed like he wanted to build people from the top down. This is really, really rough, paraphrasing their debate, but essentially that's what it seemed like to me. So Booker T had the more practical approach to Black success. And it wasn't until very recently, this is recently in the last couple of months, I learned W.E.B. Du Bois is a fucking communist.
Yep.
Yeah, no
Premium, you
wonder.
still premium, you still there, man?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm soaking up game, man. I'm soaking up game, man.
All
Yeah,
right.
he was. But see, conservative. If you go back, when you get a chance, because I know this will really, really interest you. Go back and read on the black press and read about the way the black press, which were a lot of them were socialists and communists. Look how they treated Marcus Garvey. It'll blow your mind.
Yep.
It'll blow your mind this was the black press. This wasn't white folks. Matter of fact, it was black people that was going to the federal government trying to push them to arrest Marcus Garvey. It was not white folks, man. It was not white folks. That's why Marcus Garvey said he thought his enemy was really white folks, and he
when it was his own people. It was his own people. They infiltrated. The secretary, she wasn't shit. One of the guys he bought the bowl from. W.E. Du Bois should be wiped out of the history of people of tone because basically he was an infiltrator. He wasn't shit. His family wasn't shit. And they played the color card. They played that light skin, dark skin shit. You know,
people of color.
Yeah. He played that shit.
And on top of that, Gerald, he sat on the board of the Negro Project, which became Planned Parenthood.
Yep. I'm finding something else out that I just found out from. I'm gonna recommend another channel.
They called it the Negro Project. Oh, yes. I love that shit.
Yes,
Yo,
the
that's
Negro
some
Project.
Blatant shit. Yes, the Negro Project. Yo, how do we fix these niggas?
Yeah. But listen, man, if you go to Dane Calloway Hood, he put up one. I just found some more shit about W.E. Du Bois. He was taught by a fucking white dude that was from over there that wasn't even educated. That's who schooled him on the derailing of who we are. Oh man,
this is kind of why I listen, and I think as far as to kind of pull it back to the title topic here. I think one of the allies of black men has to be truth. All right, and I'm going to just put this out on the table. You guys can hate me or love me for saying this, but we have to rethink this whole thing of racism. And I'm not saying racism isn't real. Racist people are born every day and they die every day, but our enemy, our main fight isn't all of white people. It's not all of anything. There are ideas in this world that are more dangerous to black people than any racist white man. And so I think we've been duped and we've been led astray by just getting very we've been trained to be reactive about racism in general, but not like where ideas actually come from and where they go.
Hey, here's the thing when I hear people say stuff like that. I don't want people to think that is ever going to be only the focus of black people, because it has not been very good as of late. I mean, we got people that say, I don't want.
Hello?
Okay. Oh, did he just fall off?
Oh, they messing with it. They messing with the channel, man. Wow.
He'll come back in a minute.
But let me add to that though. Let me add to that real quick though. So every time people are our people, right? So they talk about the white police and the police is killing us and stuff like that. But then people bring up the fact that, hey, we got Crips and Bloods over here, we got G's and vice lords over here, we got these drug dealers selling poison to our own community. We bring that up, and then they say, "Oh, that's a myth." Or black on black crime is a myth. Or
here, but okay. I'll let you get back. Let me go ahead. let me go ahead and say this real quick. Yeah, I don't think that what you were just talking about, hood conservative, is really a huge concern. I mean, the only thing that people use racism for these days is a virtue signal. Black people generally, I don't feel care about it, especially after voting for Joe Biden. I mean, if you cared about racism, you wouldn't have voted for the man that that wrote the crime bill, wrote a whole fucking crime bill. And every time you approach these people with hey, you know what? He wrote the crime bill. He devastated black families all over the country, and they'll start getting all Blue Lives Matter on you. hey man,
Yeah.
the guy shouldn't have committed a crime, And I understand that, there were some of us that committed a lot of crimes, and our community, was still, shouting racism, and I understand people with feelings like that, but can't discount racism. So I wouldn't use it as an immediate go to just based on what I've seen this past election, and
Yeah.
really like this past election has really changed my views. Like it's not that I wish Trump would have won, is that I thought it would have been better that Trump would have won instead of Biden, getting in
Yeah.
there, because it's going to be all kinds of bullshit now.
Well, right there, bro. That's exactly where I'm going with it, right there. Okay, as far as black people are concerned, and in juxtaposition to like white racism, there is a war going on between white people, and like it or not, we're tied to white people because we're stuck in this country with them, and you're gonna have to pick a side in where you stand in that shit, or try to stand out of it at all. But that's hard to do too. So you got to pick a side. Now, are you gonna side with the people who say they like you, but the things they want will fuck you over? Or are you going to side with the people who can look you in your eye and tell you they don't like you, but the things they believe in will make you strong too?
Well,
Yeah.
here's the thing. You're going to have to look from within first before you think about
True,
siding with anyone else. You got to be able to
true.
trust. You got to be able to trust yourself. I'm not really worried about it. Those who side with me right now are the ones that, the only ones I'm really need to side with me. If you decide that you need to do some, I mean, if you don't know me, I understand that. But if you make an effort to not be with me and be against me, I can do one or two things. I can sit there, fight with you, and focus on you, or I can waste my, or I can do something else that is more forward thinking for myself. We have to think in a sense of our people. Even though they look like us and share the same skin, they might not necessarily be there for us when we need. So we need to have the strength to be prepared for that.
Well, we got to keep in mind too that these people have really been. The reason why I love social media is because the advent of social media has allowed us to really see how degraded Black America really is as a collective. These people are honest about how they feel because we don't know each other personally to where it felt like it's going to be any repercussions. So people are going to say how they really feel. And at the end of the day, if you're talking about canceling Ice Cube over him talking to the Trump administration, while simultaneously you ain't never canceled any gangs,
Yep.
any females out here who done killed their children. I have seen females. I remember when
Man, that makes me so mad when that, like, when that kind of story comes up, they always deflect the mental illness. It's mental illness. It's mental illness.
yes, that's what I'm saying. And matter of fact, they did it. I don't know if y'all remember that story when that chick in Detroit killed her 2 kids and chopped them up and put them in a freezer. And
Yep, I remember that. That happened about 5 years ago.
yeah, about 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I remember I was just reading the comments, man. This was when I was on Facebook, and I was reading the comments, and I saw a whole bunch of females like, "You don't know what she's been through," and I was like, "What?"
The deflection.
I'm like, "Yo, you can kill kids, and y'all still won't make an excuse for this chick?"
Yes,
That's why, fellas.
I said, nope.
Fellas, that's why Roger says Black women aren't good people. He says if you rated Black women on the things that they cape for and they ignore, then you would come to the conclusion that they are not good people. I mean, I would, in a perfect world, I would like to give them a better chance. But if you're not going to say that particular person, you don't even have to say that Black woman, because that's what they see. They see a Black woman. They don't see a killer. They don't see a monster. They don't see someone who slaughtered children. I mean, if you don't, okay, I'll put it like this. If you're not mad at those bitches for doing that, you might as well not even be mad at it happening in another country.
Programming.
Well, no, it does.
Those are for any like there. You have no empathy. You are a shit as a fucking person. And Roger's right when he says that. The people need to understand that stuff. Oh, I empathize because she has the same skin and she has a vagina. No man ever says that about another man.
Nope.
Period. Period.
Well,
Period. If a man,
No,
Well,
no, I don't want to
I,
play.
listen,
I was
I,
just saying, don't call it programming. Don't call it programming. And this is the funny thing about that whole phenomena. And this is like the red pill made me conservative too. It's a funny thing
Okay.
because here's the connection between that. Women in general are like that. And you can prove that when you bear out fucking crime and punishment statistics, okay? Women get the less punishment for the same kind of crime that men do,
Yes.
violent crime, nonviolent, whatever. And that's across the board, male, female. We're softer on women than we are on men, generally speaking. So that's in both parties. But when it comes to women, like there's a thing called in group preference. It's almost in women's genetic benefit to all stick together. Whereas with men, we're competitive, we're aggressive, so we kind of must as an element, as a byproduct of our drive to reproduce, we must stand out from the pack. So that kind of necessitates breaking rules and doing crazy shit sometimes. So when it comes to women, they're always more likely to see each other in each other's eyes. But when it comes to men, we see each other as competitors and opponents. And
yeah.
so when it comes to these things like that, it plays out in fucked up ways. So like when I say all women are like that, black women have our own cultural things that make it more acute in certain shit. So when you're talking about something like that, you might see something maybe more vociferous in
I
black
want to
women.
defend that programming. You got to let me defend that programming. Keep going. Keep going.
No, I'm just gonna say women in general are like that. Like look at the white women that kill their kids. There's a bunch of white women that are gonna say the
Yes.
same shit about them, and it's so.
Yeah,
I
Yes.
think
yeah.
it's deeper than
Yeah.
programming. I think women are just the way they are.
no, no.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me say this right quick. I would agree with you, hood conservative, if this was taking place in an earlier time, the 30s, where we had control. I would agree with you on that. But let me tell you something. There are a lot of weak dudes in America. And what I'm saying is, and I mean weak from the standpoint of they have to enlist the help of women to defeat stronger men. So when you're talking about passing law, you passing a rule based on, okay, the man can't be in the home if this woman is supposed to get help. Well, you didn't pass that rule when you was giving that help to white women. You didn't say their men had to leave the
So
house.
Rock. What you're telling me is that men are enlisting the help of women to take down stronger men. I mean, what I see a lot of is women enlisting the help of simps to take down stronger men. But either way, is I don't think that one is really controlling the other. I think it's more symbiotic. I think it's like we are venom. Like they get together, it's like we are bitter. It's like
Programming.
like they want to take down. They want to take down the what makes the most sense, and that's something that's strange and is weird, and it's something that I can't understand for many reasons that I feel makes sense.
But that
I
just
mean,
goes to show you how
It's
powerful.
it's in their nature. That's their nature. That's what I mean
Um.
about it. Maybe we're
Um.
not supposed to understand it. They
Well,
don't
well,
understand us totally either.
I still say I stick to the programming because I looked at the programs that this government came up with. It was like
Yeah.
all the science projects, and what
Right.
it equal to them, it equal economics. Remember, at the end of the day, at the end of the centuries, they want to be control of what? Economics. So yes, these things were happening, but when you induce this shit on television and they see this shit, this is why they have shows like Snaps. This is why women do dumb shit like kill their two kids, which just happened in Vegas, and sell the organs. And then
remember the
the
burning bed?
father,
Remember the
huh?
burning bed? That movie, The Burning Bed.
Yeah, programming. It was a
Yeah.
movie. It was a
Well,
movie.
well, look, this is the thing, and you both are right, and this is how you kind of tie it together, and that's why I never really disagree with you totally on the programming aspect. I just said it
Right.
was a little lesser because what happens, in my opinion, and to tie it all together, this is the third option between what you were saying and what Rael was saying about like where the influence is coming from. It's not like a strong man versus a weaker man versus strong man using a woman. It's the elites versus everyone else
Yes.
manipulating the common woman against the common man
It equals economics. For them, it's money because it
for
fills
their
up that
economic.
jail.
Yeah,
Yep, it
yeah.
fills up their jail system. They can try all their Frankenstein medicines on different people, mental health. You got to understand when you go down that rabbit hole of their different programs and where the money ends up and where the money comes from. Man, it's a lonely road because you can't talk to nobody about it because ain't nobody talking about this shit. That's why Rael sometimes sound mad because he can't talk to nobody about it because he's seen the light. That's why he got to put on the Ray-Bans because ain't nobody talking about what we're talking about, which I only got one answer and Raj ran away. How
Well, look
many
at the
people?
effects of this
Okay.
thing. Real quick,
I
sorry.
wouldn't.
Look,
I wouldn't quite say Roger ran away. So we need to, he probably just had something to do.
Anybody didn't answer that question, but Hood was talking. Hood, what you was saying,
no, I
man?
was gonna say, look at the effects at all of this. Like family dynamics tend to be the thing that lead to like family dynasty, and family dynasties kind of have to have wealth. So when you look at these big, ridiculously rich families, what they've done in the long run is sort of kneecapped all the smaller families from rising up. Like think of it like the Game of Thrones, right? All these houses competing. You had the top noble houses and you had lesser houses, and then you had the commoners. Now the commoners every now and then could rise up to be a lesser house, and then every now and then a lesser house could rise up to be a noble house. That was the story of the fucking Lannisters. They were a lesser house at one point. So what the elites in our system have done is kind of set it up to where it's become near impossible for common people to form strong family dynamics, which will then form, family businesses that lead to dynasties. Like the Walmarts are going to be a story of the past. The Walton family, that thing's going to be a story of the past pretty soon because it's just getting harder and harder for average families to stick it out long enough and then have the principles to stick together and build wealth, transfer it, and then grow it down generations. But the rich people, oddly enough, for everybody else having low marriage rates and high divorce rates, the wealthier people are having relatively sustained marriage rates.
And that's why I'm saying, like, see, we act like we haven't been through this chamber before. So post-slavery, one of the first things that Black people did post-slavery was get married because it was something that was denied to them to be able to build their family structure from a basic level.
Because that's all we had.
So now, because if nobody's going to sit here and tell me that based on the history of slavery, which was you not being able to form your family the way you wanted to, and you not being able to control your labor and control your wealth. You can't sit here and tell me that programming is the reason why these motherfuckers don't want to get married to the point that the marriage rate is in the 20s.
Yes.
No, hold on. The reason why I'm saying this is because if I'm going off of the story of the pro-blacks, if I'm going off of their talking points and they're talking about, well, slavery denied us such and such and such and such, well, why ain't them niggas getting married? Why ain't these pro-blacks getting married?
Dude, you living in the 21st century. They program a different fucking way, man.
They know all the history. They can tell you about this program.
No, they don't.
They can tell you about that. But you're going to sit here and tell me you love the Black woman so much, but for some reason you ain't trying to marry her. It's your queen though, but you ain't feeling marriage like that. No, I ain't buying the programming. The reality of the situation is, and this is what I learned dealing with these types of people, especially all these woke type people. They purposely will buy into something knowing it will fail so they don't have to do the harder things that they have to put energy into. They keep choosing things that they know is going to fail subconsciously and even consciously a lot of times. Because I dealt with these types of people when we had all the information. Hey, come over here, man. Let's do this business. Let's get this money. Let's do this now before. Yeah, man, we need to do all this stuff. Yeah, man, because we got to have this stuff. And when it came time for the rubber to meet the road, the niggas didn't want to act, and they knew all the information. They knew all the information. They knew all the history. And when it came down to do the work, them niggas was like, nah, it ain't for me. And when I came to start doing research as far as like mental stuff type stuff, I learned that there is something that's called the fear of failure, but there's also something that's called the fear of success too. And when people fear success, that's even worse because if you fear failure, the fear of failure can make you concentrate even more so to the point that you actually win because you don't want to fail. But when you fear success, you're basically saying that you are not even worthy of having success. You're not worthy of getting that good treatment. And that's what you have a lot of out here. And when you try to wake these people up a lot of time and put that information in them, a lot of times they're not going to want to hear it. I got a book called The Trick to Money is Having Some. And what the dude talked about is very true. When you try to wake people up, many times, and I know you've seen this, Gerald, for yourself. Most times these people are gonna resent you for waking their ass up because now they know they gotta do some fucking work.
My word was get mad. See, when you said that, the first thing I say, shit, they don't want to wake up, they get mad. That's why I said right. They gonna get mad at you. They gonna get mad.
Let me tell you some fucked up shit. Listen, I was listening to they still have like recordings and on YouTube still recordings of ex-slaves like fresh out of slavery, right? So I'm listening to some guy tell like his story or whatever, and he was basically talking about like, in a lot of ways, life was easier on the plantation because you didn't have to think about where your next meal came from. You didn't have to think about where your next job to pay for your next meal came from. Everything was figured out for you. And so what kind of happens is without being put in situations where, and this is the beauty. This is why I like, the conservative and freedom and all that American shit. The idea behind it is when you put a person in complete freedom, that is also complete responsibility. And responsibility is what gives you, lessons of like these are hard life lessons are basically all about responsibility. You did this and this happened to you. If you don't do this, this thing won't happen to you again. Like you learn this shit by taking responsibility. And, it's just like, when you talk about this pro-black thing, I think what happened is even outside of the whole pro-black circle, and it's an issue in black culture. There's an issue in black culture. Yeah, this is an issue in black culture. I think it's bigger than that whole phenomena. I think we kind of we're so far removed from personal responsibility that it's hard to get a random group of 8-10 guys together who are actually going to keep their word for a week, let alone a year, to get something done long term. Just so many people have just escaped personal responsibility. It's just the culture we live in.
Hood, what you said is we so far removed. Let me throw this at you. And again, this is why it's like throwing a rope to Rael and tell him to come up. I went from colored to Negro to black. I've seen all three transitions, bruh. All three. Born in 57, colored. Bitch ass Jesse Jackson, Afro-American. Now we're into the black. This is why it's necessary to get the Black's Law Dictionary. That book is a wonderful book. It breaks down words, codes. At the beginning of the day and the end of the day, it's about becoming financially gained. Just wake up Tulsa, Oklahoma. Wake up Asheville, North Carolina. Wake up little Africa that was around Tulsa, Oklahoma, Louisiana, all these black townships. See, they want this to keep going. But if that money, I think Oheen from Mail Enlightenment TV said it best. If you keep that money away from these rich people, you will begin to see them panic. You will see them. This is why I always say the programming, because they program us just to consume. You understand what I'm saying? What Rael has said about blacks who have turned their backs on Marcus Garvey. Rael, I had to look the man up. His name is Moulton. He turned his back on Booker T. Washington, and he was an FBI agent, and he's a Phi Beta Sigma. He's my frat brother. But I can also say he's a goddamn sellout. I can say that because I've read up on him. So what we're trying to do is deprogram this bullshit that we were born into. Because at the beginning of the day, they don't want us to build. Ain't nothing worse to a country that has maybe over 5,000 black men on one accord. That's what I understood about the Million Man March. It wasn't about Farrakhan. It was about how many brothers was going to come together. 2.5 million black men came together. One page, one day. And they like, shit. Even Bill Clinton ran his punk ass to Camp David. He said, shit, He did. He said we got to do something.
No, I was
And
going to say it could also be good for the country.
what? See, they don't see it like that. They see us as a threat. This is why they now emasculate men and then trying to convince us just because a man think like a woman, he's a woman, and then you get pissed off at me because I'm not going to respect that. I don't give a shit what you do.
And let me say this. If you
Okay.
can, and if you're a man and you can at all help it, do not allow yourself to become quote unquote emasculated.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if there's pussy that good out there for you to be emasculated, but it's something that you should not allow to happen. And especially, it really, and I'm talking to black men who are fathers of sons. Do whatever the hell you got to do. I mean, I'm a father of a daughter, so that's a challenge within itself. For her future, because from what I'm seeing things shaping up to be, I got a lot of explaining to do, because it was like it's like I had family in town and we took the kids to the skating rink, and these are three. I mean, their age ranges from 3 to 18, and there were adults there too, of course. And WAP came on. WAP.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like, it was one of those like mildly censored versions. And I'm sitting up there like, I wonder why people aren't more shocked that this is being played in front of the 3-year-olds. We even had a 3-year-old with us.
Mm.
And let me tell you the difference between what is truly woke and people who are asleep. I was like one of the only people that was visibly bothered by it.
Wow.
I mean, like, we black people, and we you want to say you're pro-black, you want to say you're pro-family, you want to say you're pro-children. I mean, and bitches out there, and I understand that there are black men, there are black women, there are black children, there are niggas and bitches. Okay, so if you take offense to, if you're a woman, a black woman, whatever, and you take offense to me saying the word bitch, then maybe you are a bitch. So listen to me real quick. If your concern isn't the black community, the dignity of the black community, the progression of the black community, and I'm not saying we all gotta be on this monolithic mindset, like we gotta go vote. We think that the solution is going to vote Democrat. No, like, look, at least take care of your damn kids so they won't be destructive. Like doing things like having babies at 14 and 15, and sons wanting to be gangsters and all this other stuff. I mean, feeding into the stereotypes that the media keep feeding us. I mean, be parents to your kids, especially if you're a father. I mean, honestly, a lot when you put those narratives out there, a lot of things aren't factored in. It was like they'll be like, the only things they'll say is these black men need to take care of their kids, and I'm not making any excuses for deadbeat fathers. I mean, because like I said, I don't make excuses for men who fuck up. Men don't make excuses for men who fuck up. Women make excuses for women who fuck up all the time, and that's fact. We can show you tons of screenshots. You know what women usually say? You can't let those women be representative of all women. But, you got Big Lonely Love on what's that program? Like, whatever.
Man.
Getting mad at Joe Budden. Getting mad at Joe Budden and talk about, this black men have this problem, blah, 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 black men this, and Amanda Seals with her stupid ass. Yes, she's saying things about black men now, yeah.
This is why they give them the shows, Raj. I think the one on The View.
Raj, I'm Kev, dude.
I mean, Kev. I was just thinking, because I was thinking, Kev, this is why they give them the shows, which goes back to what Rael says. They give them that just for bullshit. Because one of the women that was on The View, now I've heard this from a friend. She said, the one with the red hat and the glasses, and she said, I don't care if some of the Democratic Party violates children, I'm still going to vote for them. I consider that a treason and an act of war.
Oh, please. It's going to get worse, bro. It's going to get so much worse.
Oh,
It's
good.
coming, man. A lot of dudes, man, don't let your look, these public schools, man, I'm telling you.
Yep.
Malcolm X said it a long time ago. Only a fool will let his enemy teach his children.
Hello, high five from over here, dog. You
I
ain't lying.
I'm getting tired. First of all, I'm getting tired of the people trying to say, "Well, I'm tired of this transgender stuff, and I'm this, and they teaching the kids that this and that and the fourth." Well, you ain't trying to build your own private shit. You ain't trying to build your own private shit. I don't want to hear it. Hold on. These people have been given. I was on this one page some years ago. They had a lot of these black females arguing with me left and right. And I said, first of all, y'all getting mad at us for trying to wake y'all ass up. I said, they giving your single mother ass, they giving your sons and your daughters books called Johnny and James Raised Timmy. Teaching your kid, desensitizing them to the gay agenda. So by the time they hit the 8th grade, they're open to it. Like I had a chick I knew years ago who was doing substitute teaching. She was like, man, there was all type of damn sexual degradation that was taking place in middle school. I said, y'all don't even know what your kids is learning. I said, because when they give them the book, they don't let them take the book home. So they let your kids get desensitized to it. You don't even know, you didn't even raise them. All these women that go to church, you ain't raising your kids on that type of stuff. And next thing you know, they're going against everything that you claim you trying to teach them. I said, but we trying to wake your minds up to let you know what's going on. You so busy fighting because you don't like the tone as if we're supposed to say it to you nicely. Your kids, no. How else are we supposed to say it? Your kids.
No. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about that. Okay, you are a black man. If you say anything at all, I mean anything, you're supposed to take it from everyone. You're supposed to take it. This is how they perceive it. Black women, these simps, these pro-teps, these little young niggas. Like, yeah, young niggas. Like, I'm not gonna isolate you guys if you come around, because I want you to hear this. But I see and hear all the old nigga comments. So, and I mean, like, you're not talking about guys who are 60 and 70 and 80. You're talking about guys who are 35 and 40. And like, I don't mean to be an asshole for real, but it's like, just because you used to hang with homies that got shot at 16 while my ass was in the house playing video games trying to, beat cancer, you can't blame me for that. Seriously, you can't blame me for that. So, I made it. That says I made it a certain way. I survived. So anyway, it's stupid shit. You are a black man who is outspoken, and they feel like you should not exist. And it's gonna be, if it's not one thing, it's the other. It's either they're gonna call you broke. When they find out you're not broke, they're gonna say you're ugly. If you're not ugly, or it doesn't even matter, because men aren't really, they don't really look at men for their looks. They look at men for what they can do. What we represent. How what we, the confidence that we we show everyone. Like, we're not really judged on looks unless we just stink, we smell bad, and we can't keep a haircut, and we wear wrinkly clothes and shit like that. That's the only way we get judged. But
No.
but if it's not one thing, but what I'm saying is, if it's not one thing, it's the other. If it's not one thing, it's the other. They are always trying, and it's a problem across the board. But the majority of black women treat you like you don't fucking matter. Whatever you say that you got to think that you take exception or objection to, they dismiss it. You're everything they say you are just because they said it. I mean, seriously. And they'll call you bitter in a heartbeat, and they project like a motherfucker.
Let me jump in right there, bro. I'm bitter. No, I'm fucking bitter. I'm goddamn right I'm bitter. You know why? Because Thursday was International Men's Day, and Friday was fucking Tranny Day, and guess which day was getting all the fucking shout outs on Twitter?
Tranny Day. They even Hood, they even put it in the Old Navy's commercial with that motherfucker. That's the man. I saw the subliminal message, man, and I'm like, wow, man. They act like we can't see. They act like we're blind.
Yeah,
but I catch it.
But here, let me respond to Stoic One's comment right here. One only has to go to the BMBBH with everyone Facebook group to see that many black women see us as enemies. That is correct.
Right.
And,
What's the name of that group? What's the
the
breakdown?
the name of the group is Black Men Being Brutally Honest with Everyone. The
Yep.
group, the
Oh,
group,
okay, that should be okay.
I created it one afternoon on my Samsung S7, I think.
Yep.
Like in it was in end of 27, like end of April 2017. I was just like, I want to do a Facebook group. I just want to see what it's like. I mean, I started it with like 60 people, and it, like, because of certain people I added, which was kind of strategic on my part. But I ended up making friends with a few of the guys. One of those guys is Dunny, the guy You Ain't Shit for Watching, his
Yeah.
YouTube channel. He
Yeah,
was
I
like,
remember that channel. I think I was in there briefly for a brief second before I set my countdown.
yeah, but their group quickly grew like to the hundreds, then to the thousands. We were like, in 6 months, we were at 29,000. Like it was like because it's like people, especially black women, came to antagonize us.
Yep.
They will start shit. They will say the most disgusting things. And what I realized eventually was they was in the habit of doing that in other Facebook spaces.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? And it's generally something they have been doing for the longest.
Yeah,
Even in the media back in like the 70s, the 80s with the talk shows, you have to understand, people think that this shit is new to 2018, 2019, 2020. No, this started a long time ago. People got to understand that it ain't always about them and them alone. Shit like this has been going on for decades. And that's where, you talk about when you say programming, I would more say that this is what you're used to. This is what
me personally, I'm gonna be honest.
This is what you're trained to believe.
Me personally, I think these women are they're like this. They're coming because, again, when you look, I grew up with my father, and I'm gonna be honest, like, man, that man in the grave, and I'm still scared of him. Like when you grow up, man, under the rulership of a man, like you learn how to respect masculinity. You just do. Like when you're talking about females who have never heard a man say something like, "Man, sit your ass down." When a woman she never heard nothing like that in her life. You talking about 18 years. She don't understand what it's like to have that fear of a man. And now she goes out into the real world where she had the tutelage up under another unruly woman who has basically made her believe that she can go out to the real world, come against grown men who got the power to take her life with their hands, and think she could just talk to them any kind of way, think she could slap them in the face and stuff like that. It's like you can't, like, trying to undo 18 years of that. It's impossible. You're not going to do it. We have had all types of groups, all types of people, like you said, Jeremy Valentine's, Image. I mean, political groups, religious groups, civic groups. I mean, you name it. Nothing can combat not having that family structure. This is why I keep saying you have to push family first, because once you push family in their face, when you start talking about family and marriage and stuff like that, man, females, they gonna run for the hills, man. They're not gonna be with that program, man. They're not gonna even try to fake it, man, because they know they can't. Because they're gonna have to demonstrate
they are just like the typical black person. I'm pretty much sorry to say that if you're not the typical black person, I hope you're not, then this does not apply to you. They think, and honestly, I hate to do the they think, because I hear women on YouTube all the time saying black men think this, black men think that, and it'd be the most inaccurate bullshit. But from what I've seen and what I've experienced in conversations, they really don't feel like anything that they say to you, no matter how bad it is wrong.
Right.
They
Exactly.
truly don't feel that way. I mean, women have showed up to that group. It'll be like 1 or 2 guys making the same dumbass troll post repeatedly over and over again. The same 1, 2, or 3 guys. They will say it's black men that are trashing and bashing us. They constantly victimize. Oh my God, the black woman is the most disrespectful.
Right.
And then they go, and then it'd be like simp post, bitter black women, single mother post. These black men ain't shit. Blah blah blah. They'll go find an article from 5 years ago where this black man killed his child, and we don't forgive guys like that. I'm like, we get it, we get the point, but I know why you're posting this. I call them out every time. Gerald, you've seen me call them out.
Yep.
Period. It's like
Yep.
people who've been in that group see me call those folks out. I get disrespected. I get pics pulled. I get doxxed. Everything happens
Yep.
because I disagree simply. It's like they'll call me a bitch. They'll say I'm gay. They'll pull a pic. Like when I started the group, my daughter was like 1 and 2. They'll pull pictures of my daughter. Oh, look, ugly baby. Like, they have gone so dark and so dirty on me. And it's like the normal person would go in a cubby hole. It's like, oh my God, what did I do? I'm so wrong. You know what it did to me? It made me more intense. It made me say, fuck you even. I'm like, fuck you. You think that you're not supposed to pay for this? I'm like you're so bitter. Oh my God, you're so bitter. You act like you just gotta have revenge on people. Somebody actually said that to me. I'm like, I don't feel like I have to have revenge. You wanted to have this conversation. Once you cross that line talking about my kid and my family or whatever, like I can't, like, it's gotten to the point where I can't post pictures on Facebook anymore or Instagram or anywhere because there are people that follow me just because I gave black men the freedom to speak. Like most black Facebook groups, they are simp havens, they are feminist havens, and every time a black man speaks freely or takes exception to bullshit that's being said, they will boot his ass from the group.
Yeah,
I've been booted from
me all the time.
I've been booted from several Facebook groups. They have slandered the group so bad. Oh, y'all condone rape and pedophilia over there. I was like, what?
Yep.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, they throw that around the manosphere all the time.
Man.
I mean, they go to the
meanwhile they've been going to arcade concerts for years.
They go to the depths of slander to get me me and others to shut up. It's like, okay, if you do that, we're going to talk about you even more. This is why they're calling it a gender war.
Hold on, Kim. Let me say this, because I used to be in this group, and I used to bang in there heavy, and I'll never forget this as long as I live. Because it let me know they know what they're doing is wrong, and that's why I don't go for the programming arguments. I had this shit coming at me sideways, left and right. First of all, she had some simp dude she found online, and she didn't even come from a messed up background. Her father was in the military, they traveled, they used to live in Italy, all this type of stuff. And somehow, some kind of way, she ended up having all these kids out of wedlock, which to me was first of all, you disrespect your father like that, I ain't got no rap for you. I don't give a damn who you are. You disrespect your father like that, and he was around, and he was in your life, and he provided for you? No, I'm not going for that shit. So now, she used to try to come at me. She used to say the most vile thing, and I would just ignore her. Because I learned that by if I would talk around these females, it would incense them so much. They would be so pissed because they want the back and forth. So I would talk to other cats in the chat about them or about what they said, but I wouldn't address them directly. Oh my God, I used to just burn them.
You know why they got so pissed? Because you're not making them look good for other groups, especially white men.
Let me finish telling the story. Now,
okay, well,
she after her and the dude had their little whatever, things went sideways. I never forget this as long as I live. One day she finally came back and said, well, Rod do know a lot of stuff. And I'm not saying he's wrong in everything he's saying, but I just don't like when he tries to make it seem like all black women are like that.
Hmm.
After all the shit she said to me, all the vile things, man, she still ended up giving me my respect at the end. And that let me know when she acknowledged the things that I was saying was right. It let me know she knew how females like her when they got down the way they do. She knew it was wrong, and she just did not want to own up to it. And the fact that she admitted that she had a father who was around and provided made it even worse. Because I said, because remember, a lot of their talking points is, well, black women didn't have no dads, right? They love to try to use that excuse. She couldn't use that even. She couldn't even use it. So it all came down to the fact that she just wanted to do that nigga shit, and she got a nigga result.
Bro, it's about power. That's what it really boiled down to. They want to always be able to exert their power over you in whatever petty situation. And when you don't want to play the power game the way they play it, when you actually can maintain your own power and your own sense of self, that's when they start to look at you different. Either it pisses them off and they fuck with you more until you figure out some kind of way to shut them up, or they just sort of fall back and respect it. But that's kind of the thing. Like, that's what the problem with that sim shit is. Like, you give them what they want, and they don't respect you for giving them what they want.
No.
And later on in life, you'll realize having that respect is actually more useful than having that pussy. Respect is way more useful to me. Pussy come and go.
Come and go. Come and go.
Yeah, but it's quite entertaining to the male appetite. We'll say that too. The pussy part.
But hey, Kev. I remember.
Hey, but okay. Before you say that though,
okay.
I didn't want to respond to some comments because let's give some let's give some heat to what the chat is saying. Robert Nelson, black women completely understand authority of a man, but they only want it from white men. And what do you call that at the end of the day? I mean, I see it. I see it. I see it in situations where I was a supervisor in a place where there were white supervisors and black supervisors, and the women that would the younger black women like the younger black women and they would react to the white supervisors differently than the black supervisors, and the black supervisors weren't even mean guys. We would just hold them accountable for doing their jobs, and they would get a little snappy and out of place with us. But when that white dude came around, it was all smiles and giggles, and
he could talk in the most disrespectful tone too.
Yeah. Well, not so much disrespectful. I would give them that credit.
I've seen it. Yes, they can.
But they will jump at people like me in a second. I'm sitting up there like, what the fuck is your problem? And don't look for any help from your white colleagues that are lateral, that are the same rank as you. Don't do that. I mean, that's why I say that if you're in situations, you have to more so rely on you specifically. I'm not saying that, I think that black men should have solidarity at the end of the day, but at the same time, it's like in a lot of circles, it's sad that you can't rely on your people. And my biggest problem is black people will lie to you and say that it's that way, or you need to think about it as that way, or you're somehow a hater, or you're somehow to blame for it. But yeah, let me also respond to Stoic One. If Kev and the habitual line steppers had not happened, you really not had the black men focused content on social media in general. IMO. I mean, I would say that there were always black men trying to get that message out there. I do understand that there were some folks that are in this space that were in that Facebook group. Plenty of people, and it's more people than I thought. And I'm not bragging or anything. I'm not bragging at all. I'm humble. It humbles me that something I created could have that kind of impact, that, more so than people are willing to admit, and I have to be careful when I say that. I have to be careful. So, but I do appreciate the acknowledgement. But, it was something that generally the black female could not control. So they would come in there acting a fool. And when a black female would show up that was on the brother's sides, they would react very, very badly to those females. I didn't have an admin team that were on my page. I had an admin team that were of a different dynamic, and I did that on purpose because I wanted to see how it would work out. It worked out exactly as I planned. People took that little power and ran with it, but they were cool guys too. We generally got along. Like the group really isn't. It's a shadow of its former self. I mean. I don't think it'll ever return to its former prominence, but the YouTube channel is what I really intended for the Facebook group, some actual discussion. People didn't want that on Facebook. I think Facebook is just and I don't blame just my group. I blame the Facebook scape in general. Yes, it is. It's an extended high school popularity contest. I mean, I feel like, really honestly, the greater minds do express themselves on and I mean, like, we got some crazies and weirdos on YouTube. Every space has crazies and weirdos, but
Well, the technology changed too. Because remember, when I first started watching videos on YouTube, that's all you could do is watch videos. Then you would like communicate in the comment section, and you'd be back and forth with people in the comment section all day sometimes. But then you got into the Google Hangouts, which was the beginning of this whole thing where people would actually talk to each other, and that shit revolutionized everything. This is basically like radio revolution 2. This is like radio 2.0. You know what I mean? We really brought back a new model of the radio platform from the original days.
Absolutely, raw and uncut, but you still have to be careful what you say on this platform because, like, Stoic One, yeah, you're right. It was great. Like, I used to bust motherfucker. Like, it was like a section of us that used to bust motherfuckers' heads coming in there, and it's like they used to come in there with that fuck shit, and then like they would give themselves away some kind of way because they would go into that little petty pick pulling stuff, and then somebody would go pull their picks or whatever. Not so much docs, just go look at their profile, and then they'll have a bit of information that'll give them away, and then it'll just be game over for 500 comments. But I mean, the whole point with me is like the real purpose of that group is I really wanted to see where people's heads was at. Our people, black people in particular. And when I say brutally honest with everyone, I let other ethnicities, other races in there. And people used to question me as to, and this is some crazy shit right here. People used to question me as to what they were doing there, but this I would say Latino guy came in the group. I mean, his name was Pedro something. I'll say, that this is real shit. And he came in out, you niggas, that blah blah this, blah blah that. Y'all sitting up here, you are bashing these black women. Fuck y'all, and like. Fuck you, Nick, back me, and all this other stuff. And like the women would immediately jump on that guy's side. White woman, do the same thing. Oh my God, you black men and how you treat your women. Blah, and white women use feminism to get black women on their side automatically.
Yep.
And it always works. They was like, oh, okay, you're a woman. They think that we're weak and frail. We need to stick together, sister.
If it worked in the past, it works in the future.
Yes.
Bro, feminism is female and group preference into political form. That's all it is.
Hold on. I'm going to read something to y'all to let you know why it works.
Go for it.
Now, these are snippets from some slave narratives. Now, this is from a particular female that was in slavery. Now, at the time, this was 1937. Okay. This is what she said. I'm gonna read just a couple. Before 2 years had passed after the surrender, there was 2 out of every 3 slaves who wished they were back with their masters. The master's kindness to the nigger after the war is the cause of the nigger having things today. There was a lot of love between master and slave, and there is few of us that don't love the white folks today. Slavery was better for us than things is now in some cases. Niggas didn't
Told you.
niggas didn't have no responsibility, just work, obey, and eat. Here's the next one. Um, the rest of the family was all fine folks and good to me, but I loved Miss Ella better than anything else in the world. She was the best friend I ever had. If I ever wanted for anything, I just asked her and she give it to me or got it for me somehow. I done lived to see 3 generations of my, keyword, of my white folks come and go. And they're the finest folks on earth. I rest my case.
Well, now, listen, remember, and Ron was saying this earlier, let's not look at these people, let's not look down our noses at these people as if they are somehow fucked up, because you got to understand that right there has been the human condition for most of humanity.
Right.
No bullshit. That right there could be between any 2 people at any time in history. There's always been a master and slave, and therefore there's always been a certain amount of respect between master and slave, and dare I say love even between some masters and slaves, because you know what? They're fucking people and they live together and they survive things together.
Yep. And that's why I say you can't say it's programming, because when you accept a role,
it's programming.
When you accept the role, because what I'm saying is that historically this is the norm. We think this American shit. That's the reason why they call it the American experiment. Because freedom for the masses of people is a novel idea. It has been the norm throughout history.
Do you think that those people's parents, grandparents was their way? That was a generation that was programmed that way. Hey, listen, it's like
no,
this.
Bro, no, you misunderstand.
Okay, wait.
The whole world was that way until America decided to start this freedom shit. We're talking about 200 years versus 2 million years.
So first of all, I wanted to say something, but I'm jumping conversations when y'all was talking about the way the women are, and I was going to use Kobe Bryant for an example. Don't forget what that trick did, what Gail did. Now, let me go with the programming. Juneteenth. This is when I understood it was a programming, because when I moved to Texas, never heard of Juneteenth, never heard of it. When I moved to Houston, they were celebrating. Oh man, just clowning, having a good time. And then I asked a friend, I said, y'all, what is this Juneteenth shit? That's when they found out they was free. So I go do the research. Found out a brother from New York, Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. Found out that these Negroes, remember I'm saying, using words, colored, Negroes, African Americans, black, we need to look those words up. They found out they was free 2 years later. And I'm like, wait a minute. Y'all celebrating the fact that you found out y'all was free 2 years later when they got free work out of y'all. 365, get where I'm going from? 365 times 2. I will be burning shit down.
But they was just happy to be free.
Bingo! Programming. Hood.
No, that's humanity. That's how you would be.
But
no, you personally, you as a man individually, at that moment in history, you wouldn't give a fuck about that free labor that this nigga is talking about 300 years in the future. Nigga, I'm out of here right now.
But listen to my mindset. My mindset went, I would be angry. And as you know what's funny? A female agreed with me. She said, I feel the same way you do. I will be pissed. But then when I looked around and saw these Negroes that didn't have a conscious thing I was saying, that's when I realized, I'm like, wow, the goddamn program and the freedom work, because you're never free. The only time you're free, as my military friends say, is when you're 6 feet under. You're free of this bullshit because these son of bitches ain't gonna fight.
Look.
Understand my definition of freedom. I mean, my definition of programming is a little bit different because it's not their generation. They're after the future generation. That's why I use the mask as an analogy. That mask is not from us. We're rebelling against that bullshit. But when you look at these little children who go into school, they comply to the bullshit. So I can only imagine their children.
Do you know during slavery times there were black people who sold free black people who sold themselves into slavery because they couldn't handle freedom?
Did you go there? You really went there, didn't you? You really went there.
I sure did.
What's wrong?
Well,
Listen, this is brutally honest, bro.
it is.
Did the history. Once I did the full history, once I saw the real history, I stopped with the damn victim bullshit. I said, man, you mean to tell me this whole time? And I'm saying this because of this. In my own life, personally, I have been through my share of pitfalls and shortcomings and all of that type of stuff. I've never looked at myself as a victim personally. So why would I look at myself as a victim collectively? I didn't even do that in my own personal life.
Hey, Rod, you missed one though.
Because I'm saying it here. I ain't trying to trauma bond with black people off of slavery. No, because let me tell you something. And one of the main things that helped me get away from that, even though I was on that pro-black stuff for a minute, was when I went to go see the King Tut exhibit in Atlanta. Changed my life. And you want to know why? Because the other exhibits I had gone through before was seeing black people spray with water hoses, lynching exhibits and shit, all this trauma-based shit. But then when I went to go see the King Tut exhibit, and let me tell you something, I saw white people from
everywhere,
kids from elementary school, white folks. I didn't see none of them wearing Sankofa bird tattoo, having all these Sarah setting. I ain't see none of them folks at the King Tut exhibit. I didn't see none of them. And it let me know, I said, man, these fools is fake, yo. And from that point on, I said to myself, I would never go to an exhibit that showed black people getting dogs put on them. I would never go to an exhibit that showed them get sprayed with water hoses. Because I'm not going to traumatize myself like that. I'm not going to do that.
So what did you see the advertisement? What did you see the advertisement?
Now when I know we got all this other great shit that we've done. I mean, no, you're not going to sit here and tell me that 400, 500 years is telling the whole story of black people.
So I say again, I didn't mean to cut you off, Hood. Where did you see the advertisement? Because my ass missed it and it was $25 to go and I'm still suffering. I didn't see that.
No, bro. Look, no, in school. Listen, I went to school in fucking Baltimore City when I was in middle school and summer high school, right? So at some point, I went on a field trip to this shit called the Blacks and Wax Museum in Baltimore. And it's like 3 stories. Bro, the basement, they took us on a tour. It started in the basement and went upstairs. This shit, I don't know, my stomach, I felt like I was going to be sick in that room for a minute. Because it was like a mock-up of a slave ship. And yo, like as a grown man looking back, I feel a way about like, why would you drag me through that shit? Like, why would you do that to me? It was fucking like severed hands laying around, and it wasn't like some Halloween shit where we was all ha, this is fun stuff. Oh, there's a monster's hand. No, like it's like you telling me this is me, nigga. Like the shit pissed me off as I thought about it later on because I didn't like that experience, you know. So I was glad the rest of the museum was just regular black people doing black people shit. But like, yo, and the point I'm bringing up to you is they intentionally hit you with this shit. Right. And so it's half programming, but this is our culture because this is the Blacks and Wax Museum, founded, run, and staffed by black people.
You know what? The one they don't want you to see though? It's the one with our sanctuary. That's the one that'll fire your ass up. You'll go out there and punch somebody. Trust me.
But that's the point of it. That's my whole purpose in saying it. That is the entire purpose of that shit. It's not to build you up into a powerful force that can be reckoned with. It's to cripple you into this violent, angry, non-thinking person that's barely a person. And then you know what? the
Well,
school to prison pipeline can explain what happens to you next.
because
No, bro. It's like they want you to not be a complete person, and they cripple your mind with all of this shit that it may or may not be true. But the purpose of giving it to you the way they give it to you is only to psychologically damage you.
Well, see, I was gonna say that's not what they want, because the one thing they are very afraid of us. You have to go with the Geechee Wars. You have to go with a lot of things that they don't teach you, because don't think we was rolling on praying to Jesus all the time. That's something even the white guy said, and he said that to me. Is like, dude, you kind of remind me of what was going on in history books. I'm like, what? He said the untold stories. I said, oh, you mean them rebellion stories? He's like, yeah. I said, dog. He said, but you know what? That's what the world is afraid of. Now I was going to jump on Rael, and Rael said something about blacks going back to slavery, which is, I hate that. If Rael was around me, I might jump on him for saying that just to shut him up, because that shit hurts, because that shit is based on facts. And
so you think it's not possible?
Yeah, man, they went back. That's facts.
Well,
that's facts.
yeah,
that's what he said. Hey,
no, he did, man.
Wait. Hood and Kale. But here's another one. Of course, they got this selling slave shit from brothers. They never tell you about that brother in Virginia that had slaves. So what are they not telling us? And they try to keep this story hidden, but it was a brother that had slaves, man. And
hold on,
there were thousands of black people that owned probably hundreds of thousands of other black people.
Hold on, there's a book called Free Families, Free Black Masters, Free Family of Color, and it talks about William Ellison. William Ellison was a former slave, I think in South Carolina, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
He became, now this shit blew my mind.
Wow, South Carolina. Wow. He became
so powerful as a slave owner, he was putting white slave owners out of business.
Yes, I did hear that before. Yes.
Real talk.
Oh,
wow.
Look.
And he supported the Confederacy during the Civil War, too.
Ain't that something?
You know what I liked about that movie Django, to sort of double back to that whole thing real quick?
What?
All right. If you really think about what he was doing in the movie, like, for one, the movie kind of was a hero's narrative. They gave black people an American's hero. This is an American-born hero story. And that was real powerful. You know what I'm saying? I appreciated that element. When I watched it, it was years later after it came out that I watched it finally. And I'm like, what was all the controversy? Like, I like this shit. I don't know why people was acting like it was so bad. So what if they said nigga a lot? What do you think they said back then? But what they did is like show that, one, when he played the role of a black slaver thing, bro, he was playing a end period character. And people don't really appreciate that element. Like that's American history, bro. That's like, we were that shit too. Like, that was a real guy at some point in America. There was an actual like Django type character at some point in American history roaming around doing this thing. Like, yeah, that's the one to buy, those the one to sell. Like, we was just out here in the middle of shit. We was never always any just like one thing. There was a lot of things we was involved in, but we only get told the story of suffering and beating and brutality.
Because who's telling the story? Exactly.
No, we are the ones telling that story to each other, nigga. Don't let ourselves off the hook. That's my point in saying that shit. We tell ourselves. We repeat that shit around the campfire at night. That shit has become our fucking origin story instead of like the hero story. And that's the point of the contrast we need. Like, you don't want your origin story to be miserable. You need a hero story for your people to be like, yeah, we are built on something.
But you missed what I was saying. Wait. You was missing what I was saying. Who's telling our story now? That's what I was telling you. See, we're not telling our story.
What story are we telling? No, even now, what story are we telling? Look at the stories that are coming out.
None.
All right. Look at all right. On TV now, where they got these shows. What's that fucking writer's name? But anyway, they got some fucking shows where it's like some slavery shit.
Man,
it's always some slavery shit. It's always some like black people.
Samuel L. Jackson. That's
no, Lovecraft Country. That was the name of the show. It was Lovecraft Country. But yeah, basically, like, when you say we are telling our own stories, we are still telling our stories as if we need to rise up from struggle. Like cut that shit out. Let's stop acting like we are perpetual victims. Like, how long are we gonna be rising?
Well,
We've been rising long as shit.
I
Hey,
think Amos Wilson
but
said
I
the
think
same.
but here we are again. Here we are again. I think that the butter biscuit plantation kind of shifted to one side, and guys who think more along the lines of, we need to get away from that shit has shifted to another side. I think that many of us are beginning to wake up to that. So I don't think that for long it will be much of a problem to just saying that we need to rise and we need to wake up, because
Yes.
now it's becoming like some political message just to get votes. I
Yes.
mean,
You see it now.
but I refuse to put it to bed because it does exist. And really, honestly, although I don't feel like that all white people, like, I don't feel like all of them are like that. I feel like the vast majority of them are like that. And if it's not in a blatant way, it's in a way that they will take advantage of those advantages. But here's what I will say. Us as a people, as black people, we will take advantage of any advantages that we have, even if it's against other black people. And it translates into productive for other groups. It translates into counterproductive for us. But we just don't have a people that care enough about shit like that. At least enough not to ruin it for other black folks.
Yeah. How many of you guys heard of Ron March? Have y'all ever heard of Ron March?
I don't think so.
Okay, Ron March was a guy out of Detroit who used to quote what Malcolm X used to say: "History is best to be researched." Now, what I was saying to you, Hood, is guess who tells us a story about Harriet Tubman? They tell a story about Harriet Tubman, but when you really think about it, did she even exist? And did she lead people up to the Underground Railroad? I found out through Judge Joe Brown, there was a man out of Memphis, Tennessee, man. This dude, and he said this when they was trying to put Harriet on a $20 bill, which was real odd to me. He said, you would never hear them speak of us as men, brothers, doing anything positive. There was a dude out of Memphis, Tennessee, who led thousands of people to the Underground Railroad, but you would never hear them. They're just going to keep throwing this Harriet Tubman story at you. That's why I was saying, who's telling our story? We need to know our own. I still don't trust Henry Louis Gates either.
Well, I hope for anyone out there that's watching this, that if you watch the movie Harriet, that you did not take that piece of garbage seriously. Like
I didn't.
Like black people were supposed to be to the point where, we don't want to see no more slave films, and really, I think that most of us took that and ran with it because Snoop Dogg said it. I think that yes, there were some of us that were tired of being told slave film this and slave film that, but I feel like Nate Parker's Birth of a Nation was a missed opportunity. I mean,
that was a good movie.
Yeah, it was really good. It was a really good film.
And guess who undermined it? Rael, you want to answer that one?
I know. We know who undermined it, and I do feel like that should always be taken into consideration when you talk to these women, these females, these not good people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have to see. The thing for me is, like, I consider myself just a novice researcher. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've researched heavily, but I'm not doing this for school or anything like that. It's just for my own interest. But if I was able to find out the fact that you have black people that sold themselves in slavery, which will contribute to generational slavery at the time, if I was able to find out that there were black men who were on the plantations that started their own businesses on the plantations, if I was able to find this type of information that I was reading earlier about, there has never been a point in time in our lifetime where when people talked about slavery, when we had slavery shoved down our throats, it was never described as the good old times. It has never been described as that.
You know what though? But you know what? You know what? How slavery should have been handled? They should have told black people the truth from the jump and said that's what happened. This is what. This is how this place got shaped up, and we have to deal with it as a people. You know, to
No,
sit
it's
there,
worse than that. It's worse than that. Remember what Rod just said. It was almost like the good old times for a lot of black people, and
Right.
that's the fucking problem.
Right. That's see because
well, you know, there was plenty.
The reason why I'm saying that is because it would have saved a lot of us a lot of fucking time bleeding and crying over something that a lot of black people was cool with. We could have damn been Malcolm X could have lived his life and not been worried about black people instead of getting.
Hey, don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Remember?
Wasted a lot of time under the premise that we have to save a group of people up, you mighty race like Garvey and all this other shit. When the fact of the matter is, man, I can go to these slave narratives and see these niggas who love this shit. I could have saved 6 years of being on that pro-black bullshit if I'd have knew this shit back then. If I'd have read this shit back then, I'd have been like, y'all gonna sit here and you're gonna try to tell me to hate the white man who instituted some shit that these niggas love? You want me to hate him for some shit they love? I'm like, man, you crazy as hell. I ain't stupid.
They didn't institute it. They learned it off somebody. They didn't institute that.
I'm about to piss the whole panel off now.
All right, let's go.
Here you go. The poor white man just got dragged in the middle of some shit that niggas been doing to niggas forever. They came to Africa and was like, oh, that's how it is? All right, cool. You niggas is mad at the white
Y'all forgetting
man.
y'all forgetting about the Arab trade slaves. So you're forgetting about the Arabs.
This is what I'm saying. Look, this shit was going on already. The white man came in, was like, all right, that's the business. Here's my goal. Let me get in this business. And now y'all mad at the white man.
Girl, I'm glad you brought up the Arab slave trade because this is what Dr. Henry Clark said about the Arab white man. He said, if I had to choose between Christianity and the white man,
he said,
or the Arab and Islam, he said, I'm gonna choose the white man and Christianity. He said, because at least with the white man, I got a chance.
Facts. Well, listen, look, where are all the black descendants of the Arab slave trade, which was hundreds of years longer and billions of people more
still going on now. Still going on now.
And still shit, it hasn't stopped. Where are all the descendants?
Obama
Where the
helped
black ass Arabs that are on the bottom of society over there? They keep importing them niggas. Because you know why? They used to cut their nuts off and make them walk across the desert.
Sure did. And they don't give the white man no credit. At least he ended this shit. Like, goddamn. Get him a credit.
I just know there's some butter biscuits in the oven for me right now. One of you niggas gonna cough up some butter biscuits tonight.
Sir, the oven is off. Bake them yourself.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Didn't I say you had to pull from within?
Yeah.
You know, you can't rely on others to make your butter biscuits for you, man.
Oh, man, you gotta make your own butter biscuits.
Right, but to call people, you know, in my view of butter biscuits is, you know, like a Roland Martin type.
Yep.
Yeah, that guy. I'm not gonna say I don't like him. He's a media personality. He's a black man.
I don't like him.
I mean, let me explain. He's a black man. You know, you know, at the end of the day, to his core, he's a black man. But I don't agree with his views. I don't agree with the way he has attacked black men at all. Therefore, I do have a disdain. You know, a disdain, yeah, and that is to say that, yeah, I need to stop sugarcoating. I don't like people like that. I don't like prideless black men. Period. I don't like the simps. I don't like the black men who feel like that they have to attack other black men to compensate for the feelings of bitter females who start shit with other men, you know. And I mean, like, and I can say everything all day about the shit that's been said to me. We'll be here till, like, I don't know, noon tomorrow. If I really do start on that, which, you know, I mean, I'm used to it. But, you know, at the same time, I mean, you take a 12th of what I've taken, And I mean, I guarantee you'll be those people, them simps, them bitter ass women. They'll probably be making broadcasts about that shit for the next 2 weeks. These niggas, these motherfuckers, oh my god! Like the ones that say you don't have power are definitely wrong because you have the power to trigger them. Period. They use your words as their content. Like I like the ones that pull the slick ones. I mean, you do whatever works for your channel. They'll talk some real they'll focus on some kind of factual stuff for like 20-30 minutes, and then it just snowballs into black men this, black men that, blah blah blah. Goddamn, these niggas.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they play that little slick shit, and half the time they be talking about, oh, black men need to stop saying this because they're talking that speaker is destroying the black community.
Kev, what's the best one? No, we're unprotected.
We're not protected. Like, yeah, like get the fuck out of here. That's why I don't understand simps. I don't understand simps because you're never acknowledged. You are never acknowledged for your protecting or quote unquote protection of them. Because really, honestly, at the end of the day, you can't protect somebody from words. I mean, like, as long as like, okay. I mean, like, I understand if it's like a married couple and they're talking to a guy and he's calling her a bitch and a hoe, that husband has a right to respond to that. But if they're outright just saying black men ain't shit, blah, 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 you're defeated, you can't protect us, the white man has his foot on your neck, fuck you. And I hate that shit. And some people who pull from the black manosphere, they say stuff like that on the regular. Like I mean, even if they say they're trying to help, a lot of black men say that, oh, the white man got you defeated, they got their foot on your neck, you ain't got no place to say anything. I am not against black men not speaking. I mean, yeah. What? I mean,
Kev, let me jump in real quick because this is why motherfuckers be getting mad at me when we have debates and shit. Because I'll take an argument like that and turn it on its fucking head. You are the most protected species. You're damn near fucking humpback whales, all right? Like, black women are fucking like spotted hyenas or some shit. Like, you're a spotted leopard or some shit. Like, you are highly protected. There are no women in the world who get to exercise not only the physical freedom but the flippant responses. And they, like you really don't really get that kind of woman and outside of like Western nations, really. And then of all Western nations, black women are kind of like the fucking model of, like they just made black women sort of a model of like aggressive womanhood. And then like, come on, you never own up to that shit. You're always gonna play this unprotected bullshit. Get the fuck out of here.
Let me give you an example of that. Let me give you an example of that aggressive womanhood. Think about Joy Reid.
Oh my gosh.
Who is that?
Oh my gosh.
MSNBC TV host like
Gotcha.
Hold on. Let me see if I can pull up an image of a stank face.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I know you're
because
talking
everybody
about.
bigs up for her. No, Joy Reid don't play that. She puts them in their place. Like, get the fuck out of here. That is so not cool.
She ain't even from here.
How about Simone Sanders? She's fucking Joe Biden's staff. She was like the chief of his whole campaign, wasn't she?
Yep.
Oh, the unsolicited black men and their unsolicited opinions.
Yeah, that one.
I know what you're talking about. I know.
These women are propped up and then held in like this little glass jar where you're never going to actually have to deal with real black men and real dissent from like, the angry crowd. You know what I mean? They just get to sit on their perch and talk their shit, but they're unprotected. The fuck out of here. This shit is dumb.
Man, do you know how many programs they have to up quote unquote uplift them?
Everything.
Black girl magic, black girl.
Bro, you ain't seen, bro. In academic, man. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you how insidious this stuff is. I saw female professors.
Oh my gosh.
African American studies, Black studies, PhDs. I'm talking about these females was getting grants. They was going to Africa. Let me tell you something. They was over there talking to the people, talking to the Babalaos, all these people. They was all talking all.
Be careful when you talk Be careful when you talk about the travel. They'll say you're jealous and
Talk,
insecure, like
talk,
you've never been anywhere.
man, talking all this Africa stuff. We need to get back to Africa roots and culture and stuff like that. Man, them chicks was the biggest hoes ever. I saw female professors. I mean, I'm talking about sleeping with students, bro. And when I spoke against this type of stuff, man, let me tell you something. It was nothing but simps. Like, let me tell you something. The
There's
women,
some hoes in this house.
hold
There's
on,
some
hold on.
hoes in this house.
When the women saw me speak up on it, they got quiet. They was like, "Oh shit, damn!" It was the dudes that came to their defense. Man, you can't say that about that. No, man, that ain't right, man. This is, man, if you don't stop saying it, man, people gonna lose their job. I'm talking about they was using Africa. They was using traditional African culture as a cover to sell that feminist shit under the guise.
Hiding behind their blackness, bro. I be watching
Yep.
this shit on TV every day now. People, that's all people do is hide behind their blackness.
Mhm.
Yo, you know they got this. All right, everybody's mad at the kid Kyle Rittenhouse because he just came out on bail and shit. But at the same time, half these people are also mad about this dude, Orlando Hall, who just got executed, and they're like, "Oh, we need to stop executions. All knowing people should be executed." I'm like, "Oh, y'all gonna cape for him? This motherfucker raped and tortured a black girl, teenage girl at that." And I'm like,
Yup.
but you're mad at this guy for hide behind your blackness. I see what this is. That's all it is. We just go hide behind our blackness. Like, fucking priorities is all fucked up. And then when people call you on it, you just get to hide behind your blackness.
Oh, you know you can't be called. You know you can't call them out on that real shit. You know that. You know that.
You can't.
You know. You can't. You just have to sit there and take it. You know. But
No, yeah, you got to take it. You can't respond to any bullshit. No matter how bullshitty it is. I mean, even if you can smell it. I mean, if it's as severe as if you smell it and you say something, you still can't say nothing. It's like, what you saying something for? Like it's they give you those bullshit arguments and they make themselves impossible to reach. And and this is why I feel like that black men started saying SYSBM.
Yep.
And then, like, what's absurd to me is when some woman comes around and say, "Well, SYSBW," like, get the fuck out of here. Like you talking about you don't respect black men, but you try to take shit from black men. Like, on Facebook, there is at least 4 or 5 black women being brutally honest groups because they didn't like the fact that I made that group, and and it's like, supposedly, if I'm so weak and so defeated, and I tell that to anyone. And I tell that to anyone that uses the black men being brutally honest label or wants to use it or tries to call themselves buying a trademark for it. If I'm such a loser and I'm so weak, why do you have to rip my idea? Because you wish you were born with my ball sack. That's why,
Penis envy.
Motherfucking penis envy. Do you think if anybody if black men being brutally honest was took from me, that it would change a fucking thing about me? No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't.
I told you to coin that, Kev. I told you to coin that.
It's a crazy world. It's a low down cutthroat place, man. I understand that. I do, but it's like nothing. Like I'm just trying to emphasize the point. Nothing is stopping this train. Period. It's like I made the point earlier. Like I mean, like I've had all kinds of knives thrown at me, and gotta be like motherfucking Goku, gotta dodge all that shit. But it's if it's one thing, if it's not one thing, it's going to be another. Those challenges are always going to be there. And, with stank faces like this, is going to be a challenge with that too. It's always going to come no matter what. But we always got to be prepared for that shit. Don't victimize. Don't cry about it. Don't go in the corner and say, "Oh, they laughing at me." No, motherfucker. I mean, you do what you can to clear the path for the ones that care. And fuck the motherfuckers because they're going to implode and explode themselves anyway. So go ahead. Say what you got to say.
I've seen groups. I've seen pages of people who would get on them on Facebook, and then they would keep their posts up, but they wouldn't even make any posts for a long time. And these females are so they lack so much direction and have because you got to understand the reason why a lot of these women spend so much time arguing is because they have nothing going for themselves, absolutely nothing, and they will come on pages and go through old posts to see if any rules were broken.
Oh yeah,
just to complain, just to get those old posts. It's like, okay, you complain about this person talking, they stop talking. That ain't good enough for you. So now you got to go through the old posts just to see if any rules were broken, so you can get those posts taken down. Like seriously, but people always talk about well, black people can't come together. The thing that I learned on social media more so about black people know how to organize when it comes to shutting a black man down. Them niggas can organize like the damn KKK out of this motherfucker. They can organize their ass off then. They can follow rules. They can look up the rules. They can all of a sudden they can read some shit. I put a business book in their face. They can't read shit, but they can read. They can read YouTube and Facebook rules of being able to say what you want to say. Man, they'll follow those rules to the T and go to that same.
But that's the whole point.
Shut down.
That's the whole point of trying to shut a black man up. They'll do it any way they can. If they can't shut you up on the surface, if they can't report you enough, they try to get your shit shut. I mean, the group went through a deactivation for like 4 days, and people, the ones who bragged about it was a hair hat, weave head bitch, because I mean, she put it on her page and people sent me screenshots. They was like, oh man, she over there bragging about what she did, and she did it, and she was doing it in one of the other like knockoff groups. People mad at me because they can't do what they want in my group, like pull pics of kids and talk about them. Like that was the one thing that people did not take into account. I kicked out a lot of people because they will pull pics of people's dead relatives and their kids and start trashing the kids. Oh, your kid ugly or something like that, just because they said some bullshit about black men. And then and a black man will come in and be like, and I mean, I'm not talking about me right now. I'm talking about others. I'm talking about men and women. Like black people are so. And like not all, because you got to say that. Yeah, not all. Oh my God. It's like, but our people will stoop to that level just because of a difference of opinion. And that is so sad. It's so sad. And it's like you ask people, like you ask black men, especially in this space, because some of these people, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not gonna name them YouTubers, but some of them folks make me sick the way they talk about black men and how black men speak. Like I don't give a fuck how a black man talks. As long as he ain't talking about bitch, you need to die, or bitch, I'll kill you and all. As long as he's not saying that, as long as he's making a clear, concise point, or he's defending himself from an attack, I don't give a damn what he says to you. It's up to you to prove the information that he is giving is wrong with fact and logic, not emotion. Not what you feel, not what they think.
Go ahead.
Let me jump in because I'm actually got to get off here. It's getting late over here. I'm gonna go to bed real quick. But this is I want to end off with saying this. That's why I actually appreciate like a lot of the OG big time YouTubers. First off, it was Tommy. Tommy Sotomayor was the first like black male YouTuber I kind of discovered that was just outrageous and he was over the top. And one thing I took from him and then a lot of the other YouTubers that came on behind him was that just stop apologizing. Like, you know what? Lean into the punch too. They're gonna say, "Oh, all black women are this, that, and the third." Just be like, "All right, yeah, fuck it. I said all." So, like, because we know they're gonna do the same thing to you when you said all as when you said not all. They're gonna do the same thing. So you might as well just lean all the way into it and not police yourself and even give them that little bit of victory. Because what you're gonna find out is like. You start like what I've learned, what I've seen is that you kind of just become a lightning rod. You need more men willing to just actually say the open naked truth in public, man. And the more men we get actually just saying the open naked truth, the closer we get to actually being honest with each other. And thanks for having me up on the panel tonight. I'm gonna have to call it a night for tonight, but you guys take care. I'll catch you on the next one. All right,
Hood Conservative, and appreciate you for coming by, and I appreciate anyone that comes by and jumps on the panel. So I think that's some cool shit. So thanks for your support. Appreciate.
All right,
later. Let me say this. If anybody is familiar with Dennis Sperling, he had a interesting stream yesterday where he had a young Black Man on it. I think it will behoove everybody that's listening to this stream to go to that stream because this young man, I think he works 2 jobs. And long story short, he basically said his mom put him out. Mind you, paying bills, working 2 jobs, giving her money. And basically the crux of the argument, he basically said she put him out because he came in, he spoke, he went to his room, and he went to sleep. And basically, it wasn't enough that he was doing for this woman. Like, she basically, in a nutshell, basically wanted him to bow down to her. And we have to really understand, like, really, we can't teach men to keep kowtowing to these females. Like, that's not going to help them. Because if we keep teaching men to kowtow to unruly females, what's going to happen is dudes are going to keep suppressing shit and suppressing shit and suppressing, and then they're going to fucking explode.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to fucking explode. They're going to knock somebody's head off their shoulder. They're going to shoot somebody. They're going to
Here's a mindset that I never want us to get that out of control.
No, I don't either.
That's like you got a lot of guys that do talk crazy, and I did say this at one time. I do understand that we have to vent, and we have to, if we can't get we need some kind of therapy. And do not think of therapy as a bad thing, because therapy is a word that's used in a lot of things, like aromatherapy, like massage therapy. I mean, and venting therapy. I mean, like I say, as long as you don't go completely psycho, it is okay to do, and I do understand that, and I do recommend that for any black man who has to endure this Western culture. I mean, even if you feel like you have to do something like get you a YouTube channel or create a Facebook group, I don't think creating a Facebook group is the greatest thing that anyone has ever done. Period. I don't think it's the greatest thing that I've ever done. But at the same time, I do appreciate that I was able to get a message out there somewhat. I do feel like I planted a seed. Even if people haven't been part of the group, they have been affected by someone that's been affected by someone who's been affected by that group. So it has definitely done that. So I appreciate it about that. But to think that it's the greatest thing that anyone has ever done, no. The important thing is the message. And, if you have to get it out there, black man, get it out there. Don't feel ashamed to do it. Don't feel like just because, and I deal with this kind of situation too. I can't go to my family members and most of my friends with this. Okay, if they judge me in a way that is like, okay, I don't feel like you're doing anything, but I can get confirmation from people that I normally don't rock with, okay, then I'm saying something that's worth listening to. I don't need those, just like I said, some things you're going to be by yourself in.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, period. It's like that.
It's part of the journey.
It's part of the journey. As a black man, you should not, and I think someone said this earlier in the broadcast, you should not be begging for support. It's like, I do wonder sometimes why people would go out in their way to be anti-supporters, but you do not beg anyone for support. Beg. I mean, I will say something like, please subscribe to my channel, but that's you making the choice to do that. I'm not sitting up there as it's like, okay, say if Stoic One said, I'm not going to subscribe to this stupid channel. I'm not going to hawk down Stoic One and say, please, God, please subscribe to my channel. Please, I'm not going to do that. If that's his choice, that's his choice. He is a subscriber, and he is like one of the best mods ever. So let's just clarify that. Okay, I was just speaking in turn, just using him as an example.
Wow.
And I don't think I even had to say that because he's smart enough to recognize that. But it's like this. It's like people are going to choose what they choose anyway. It's like that. And to be withdrawn and to give up is like, you have to understand you are a black man in Western culture and you do not have to give up. Period. You do not have to give up for anyone, because if you give up, you're giving them exactly what they want. Period. It's like if someone's an asshole to you, you give up and say, "Well, I ain't gonna be bothered with this file no more," and you really want to say something, they won. You know, you don't, and I'm not gonna ever say you don't deserve to speak. I'm just gonna hope that one day you wake up. You know, that's all. That's pretty much.
Okay. It is what it is, man. To hear all the different stories and what's going on and what's
And you know,
happening now between the gender wars, it's just
the
it
gender
is
war.
what it is.
The gender war. Let me say something about that. It's a gender war. You got to think about it as being like two thought processes going against each other. And the gender war is really a gender war because it's a war against the black male gender. You know, and it's at all levels. It's at a
It's I don't say it's
spiritual
against the
level,
black man. I say it's against all men, period, man.
all men. But we're gonna have to think about us at some point.
Yeah.
This channel is named Black Men Being Brutally Honest. I don't see a whole bunch of Asian men, white men, Hispanic men flocking to this place talking about let's all be brutally honest. No, I don't see that. I understand that men are a culture that has, that is under attack by things such as feminism. But you, but it, are but that's the complaint that we have about feminism, that they're willing to unite with other groups of women against the men. Are you suggesting to me that we should unite with other groups of men against the women?
I'm just saying unite, period, though, because
I
like
mean,
I say,
yeah,
everybody has their own issues when it comes to this situation. I still say we need to recognize who we are.
well,
Because
here's what it is, though. Here's what it is. We should at least stop the infighting. There are certain things that we're going to have to deal with as men, and those things are unavoidable, and they should be taken care of with efficiency. But like the petty infighting, and honestly, the little simp shit, that's annoying too.
Yeah.
I'm never gonna be on the side of that simp shit. Not at all. It's like not for real, not trolling. I've tried to troll as a simp at some point, but it just didn't feel natural. It was just like, yeah, I'll just be me. It's like trolling, like people. This was said on other broadcasts. There was a female just saying like really just horrible things, and they say this kind of stuff in the Facebook group too, that black men just be raping and killing their children.
that's a lie.
You ever heard that? You ever heard that?
I read it. I read it. I
They
did. Yeah.
they killing their women. They killing black women. They killing black children. They just killing us off. And oh my God, it's femicide.
That's how the propaganda starts. That's how the propaganda starts.
Yeah. And you take exception to it. The first thing what they'll say in the group, in any Facebook group,
What
and
your
then
mama heard?
yeah, they'll say that. They'll use a shaming language. But the first thing they'll say is all the stuff that black men says, and you complaining about what I said just this one time. Oh my God, you men are so whiny. All y'all do is cry. They try to reduce your point of view to crying and whining and breaking down in character. Like they just reduce your manhood. Whereas if Snoop Doggy White Boy comes in and says, "Yo, mama, this such and such, blah blah blah," they stand at attention, and it never fails. Is that DJ Kid shit going on?
See, the thing is classic projection. I don't know if you fellas ever been in a relationship with a female who has done things like try to go in your emails or go through your phone and see who you text.
Dumb shit.
Hey, if you're going through that, and then like I know it's tough, and I know you got to go through a bunch of shaming, like, oh, what you got to hide? What you got to hide? Number one, before anything, make sure you're not the type of person that does that to her. I mean, I know some men feel authoritative and feel like, well, I'm the head of this relationship. I have the right to do this, but you don't have the right to do this to me. There are actually guys that think like that. And, I just, me personally, I just make sure that I don't treat my wife with the behavior that I don't want her to treat me with. So if say, for instance, if that was the case, if that was the situation, I just don't let any of my shit be probed at all. And I don't have anything to hide. And if you want to build something on trust, you're just going to have to trust me. So if you don't want that, and if you don't have to put up with that, if you don't want to put up with that, you don't have to put up with that. Because guess what? She wants you to trust her. Period. I don't care. And you have to, be verbal with this stuff. It's like it was like what's his name was saying earlier. People just they let things get bottled up inside, and they just explode, and it comes out. And I understand that some guys are like that. I understand that some guys are like that because of something like that. But the way to avoid that is to go ahead and just punish her verbally right then and there. Just tell her what the fuck is on your mind. Look her in the damn eye and say, "Look, I don't play that shit. Blah blah blah. Is I'm telling you this, and this is just the way it is. And if she don't accept that tough fucking titty,
No, what I was gonna say.
like that's what you got to do to her."
No, but that wasn't the point I was making. The point that I was making is that the reason why many times a woman will do something like that is because she's doing it herself. It's actually an act of
reverse psychology.
She's guilty, and she's telling on herself. She's already telling you that that's what she's doing. So to justify it to her narcissistic way of thinking, to justify her doing it, she's hoping that she can catch you doing something to say, or you doing it too. So it's the same thing with these females out here. Like, they're projecting onto you something. Like when they say, "Oh, you're hurt," they're saying that because they're hurt.
Mm-hmm.
They're actually hurt, because I've seen plenty of females say things like, "I can't believe black men are really feel this way about black women." And I've said this throughout the years on social media. Well, it's a shame that you had to come to social media to find out how black men really think of y'all collectively. Because that means you have not created an environment into which black men feel comfortable sharing their feelings towards you without some visceral response from you, which is the same thing that you're doing on social media. You're not listening. It's not like any of us know these females personally. So why are they getting so caught up in a tizzy and in such a rage about what black men are saying about their experiences with black women when we don't know any of these females personally? Because most of these females personally fit the description. That's why. So the reason why they want to project on black men the idea that y'all soft and you're hurt and who hurt you and all those type of things, because deep down truly they're really hurt because they recognize that they're not the apple of black men's eye anymore.
That's where you just hit the nail. You just hit the hammer on the nail. That's the choices. They want to make sure we have no choice. They want to make sure we're their last choice. And they want to control that choice. That's a problem.
But shouldn't they want to listen to us on what we feel like? Okay, what the problem is? Like honestly, like they shove their opinion in our face. They should at least give us the floor to speak. I mean, they do give us the floor to speak, but it's like then they start reducing us to niggas.
Nah, I'm with him.
Let me tell you something. I have learned on social media. I can count on one hand the women, especially as far as from a content creator standpoint, who are willing to have an actual honest conversation. And the only female that I have seen that has really had an honest conversation, I would say probably in the last 3 or 4 years that I've seen, especially the last 2 years, has been Kendra D. She's the only one that I've actually really seen that she used to go on BGSs for women, and she used to swing a sword against them chicks. She's the only
I think Crimson Cure might be another one too.
No, that's the same person. That's the same person.
Okay. That's her. Okay, that's who that is.
Yeah. So how many of these females are comporting themselves and coming with the type of conversation like her? They're not. That's the whole point. That's why she stands out. And guess what response she gets from a lot of the females? They call
a lot of hate.
a lot of hate. Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? So again, and then I don't know if y'all remember when Xavier had the show where he had Sister Shahara Ali on it. All those females that was talking about having a conversation, and we coming into these spaces because we're trying to learn men and stuff like that. How many of those females showed up at that interview that Xavier had?
Is Shazar Ali the older lady that spoke that truth? Yeah, man, they don't like her.
They did not
because
come.
she's the one that said they still don't like her.
The reason why them young chicks did not come up there, them young-minded females who don't know shit, was because Shahara Ali put they young That's what was gonna happen. And they knew that was gonna happen.
Yeah, get that music. Get that music. No, YouTube will do a copyright strike. I mean, unless that's like original music from, I can't broadcast it like that.
But yeah, like I was saying, like they didn't show up because they knew. See, it's different if we're saying it, because if we say it, Kev, if we say it, it's going to be turned into a gender war thing. Oh, y'all hate women, this and that, and four.
Oh yeah. I've always
I think y'all late, man. I think y'all too late for that. It's already the war, and I'm telling you, you just saw what a chick just said. This dude, she was a stalker, and then turned around and shot the guy, and then said, "Did he die? I don't know if he died, but that's sad." And she said, "Well, he hit me." Like, wow, why would you stalk him? And it don't make no sense. So I mean, I get it, but I mean, you also something else you said, Kevin. We're not black, we're not color, we're not Negro. We need to come against that. I mean, I was one of those guys that used to say black until somebody broke in the.
Why would I come against that if that's the name of my channel?
Oh, well, I'm not saying it, but as far as you saying black people, the law is not going to recognize you as that, and they're going to always be able to do what they do. We ain't black, even though I get what you're saying. We are human. We are human.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely not the color of a crayon. I do understand that. But that's pretty much the historic ADOS label. It was given to us, but it was given to us. And I understand it does need to change. But for me to completely accept that means that I have to change the name.
Well, the reality of the situation is, and I understand all that because I got Black Law too. And it was very interesting when I opened up that book, seeing who commissioned the book to being brought into existence. Very interesting too.
Mm-hmm.
So, and when you look up the definition of a free white person, it's very interesting. But the reality of the situation is, if you ain't got no damn money, you can't do shit.
You can't do shit.
I don't give a damn what you call yourself. Like, if you ain't got no money to move shit, to affect shit, and money is a great equalizer, man. It can make people make moves for you. And so when you don't have that, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can't go to Africa and try to talk to these people over there and like, yeah, man, do something for us, man, because we're brothers and sisters. And we can't go over there with that silly ass shit.
And we ain't got shit. Yep.
We ain't got shit. We gotta go over there like, look, hey, we got some universities over here that we set up. Man, the cities we got set up. Hey, if your kids want to come over here and go to school, get a degree in America, we got it set up for you. We try to do business over here. That's how we gotta start moving. We gotta have those diplomatic conversations.
I agree.
Conversations, because the diplomacy, even bitter enemies sit down at the table and talk. You know what I'm saying? So we have to have those type of conversations, man, because this old pie in the sky, Negro spiritual, I don't even buy into all that shit, because I'm like, that shit is...
It's not working. It's not working.
Yeah, that's some slavery type shit. I ain't with that.
It's not working.
Oh, okay. All right, fellas. Well, it's been long enough. So let's get final statements in. Either one of y'all can go, and then the other one, and then just talk to these people for a few minutes, and then I'm gonna cut the stream.
All right. Okay, I'll start first. Well, back to your show about allies. We are our best allies. How many people are listening? I don't think they listen. They too gone on the WAP. I think they just gone. The mindset is just they control a bunch of slaves. So you must take care of must take care of yourself And again, back to the pie in the sky. You got to take care of yourself. You ain't shit if you ain't got no ends in your pocket, man. That's all I got to say. Big ups to the show. Peace.
Thank you, Gerald, for joining the panel once again. And, you're always welcome.
Thank you, brother.
right.
Later, Rael. We'll see each other again, man. You know it.
Word.
Peace.
Word.
Let me say this for the brothers. First of all, thanks, Kev, for having me on once again. Focus on economics, I will say, because money is a great ally. It truly is. Many of the things that you want to accomplish out here are going to take money. It's going to take infusion, investing money to achieve certain outcomes. When you talk about things like family estates and estate planning and things like that, that's what that stuff is all about. It's about allowing your family to continue and extend to generation after generation. So all this talk about you're not going to get any freedom through the state. You're not going to get any freedom through any politicians passing any goofy rules and laws. Like, this has to come through your own individual families and the way that y'all want to operate. So focus on making money your ally, because the more money you can pull with your brothers together, that means you have leverage and you can really make some moves that you really need to make for the long term that can help you politically for the long term as well. So let's focus on that. A lot of these silly conversations that these females are having, it's not even worth engaging with them, and just focus on getting you money. And that can cure a lot of the situations that's out here. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Rael, for that. Yeah, real shit. And I appreciate you for coming by once again. And you're always welcome. Okay, all right. As far as I'm concerned, first I want to look at the pinned comment. That's a link to the Black Dimension. That's the Habitual Line Steppers entertainment channel. We're doing various things. Hit that link, and it's a link to one of our discussions. Should the Black Panther actor be replaced? And get our thoughts on that. It's me, Donnie, Roger, and Black Mind has a. Black Mind made an appearance as well at the end, and he was pretty funny. So what we're doing is we're trying to grow that channel. So hit that link and hit the subscribe button over there. And sometime next week, let me share the screen real quick. So Thanksgiving week, we'll be doing this discussion right here. Last night's broadcast, we got into a bit of wrestling talk, so it gave me an idea. Let me read it. The Black Dimension is the Habitual Line Step. This is on my community tab, by the way. So go ahead and subscribe to this channel if you haven't, and check out my community tab. Is right there. It also has a link to the Black Dimension channel that we have. And let me read it. The Black Dimension is the Habitual Line Steppers entertainment channel, and we're about to ramp things up over there on there. We will be having an open panel discussion sometime next Thanksgiving week, and the topic will be focused on the Nation of Domination and the subsequent results of their run on WWE television. And yes, these guys have quite a history before and after this particular run of this faction on that wrestling show. And but the first step to being able to witness and maybe even participate on the panel is to hit that link that's on the pinned comment and hit the subscribe button. And even like tune into that broadcast for a little while just to see what we're all about over there. We're very excited to have this channel, and we're expecting big things from it. So like just check us out. Check us out. Long live the Habitual Line Steppers. Okay, so All right. As far as the broadcast is concerned, I'll say this. I'll say this. Um, yeah, I've reinforced this many times throughout this broadcast. We we are our own allies, and I know that was saying that there are some brothers that we can't rely on. I mean, it's sad that it seems as if the sisters are pretty much gone already, or at least most of them. There are some sisters that are willing to at least speak and have these conversations to see what they can do. But like with a lot of them, I don't know. And it's dialogue, it's conversation. I don't expect everyone to agree with me. I don't expect everyone to disagree with me. But getting back to, originally what this broadcast was about, it seems pretty insane that the very people that we used to put our trust in keep, saying, just saying fuck shit. And, saying things to generally bring us down. And, I know I'm a strong enough man to just brush off what Obama said because, I know what kind of cat he is. I know that he is a feminist, and I know that he is non-ADOS. He's not of this. He's not of us. Could he could not possibly empathize with our struggle, even though he was quote unquote America's president based on American history. Now, I mean, many points were made tonight. It wasn't like, I disagree with people when it comes to we shouldn't use race so much. I understand that it should not be used as an excuse narrative, but we also um, should not be afraid to talk about it when the context deems it necessary. Now, black men, like I said, the petty squabbling is counterproductive and it's entertaining to a lot. And for a group of women who say as many things as they say about us on a constant basis and use platforms such as YouTube to say these things on a constant basis, they love seeing the little petty squabbles between black men. In fact, they encourage it to distract you from the conversation that needs to be had. And I do think that for Obama and public figures to keep coming out and saying this BS about black men constantly, it's something that can be very annoying and tiresome every time you look up somebody saying something. And it's cool, but it's never about how many times they say it. It's always going to be our ability as black men to deal with it, to stand up and to be men about it. Verbal punishment to me sometimes is necessary because in this game right here, this little quote unquote gender war, the psychological battling of two thought processes, I don't feel like that we need to be talking like it's a G-rated film, like it's going to be cookies and Care Bears tickling our ankles. I mean, I don't live my fucking life in a in a in a in an alternate on alternate facts, alternative facts. I don't live like that. I don't live to sugarcoat things. Even though I would not mind being in a life where I can just sit back and relax and just chill and not worry about anything. It's just that now, I mean, I got, anybody who has anyone, and it's not just me, anyone that has people that depend on them will care about where things are going. I just want black men to be able to understand that a lot of this shit is happening to you and a lot of this shit is being said about you. It's because you're a black man. There's no way that this should be avoided at this point or at any point. And maybe we'll see a unified community one day, but that is if there's a community that exists at all. But understand this, you still are a black man at the end of the day, because that's where your reality always comes back to. no matter what. So I'm done for now. Hopefully, you guys are able to tune in to my episode tonight, and well, technically tonight, Sunday night, because okay, I consider myself the weekend warrior. I go on every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. And Sunday night, I call my program Any Given Sunday. And I'm gonna focus on Black fatherhood. It's like tonight was kind of like, people who Barack Obama, who to me, I feel like if you have your place in history, uh, like, you know, Barack Obama, you have a responsibility to the very people who look or looked up to you or whatever. 80% of black men voted for Joe Biden, just like the Democrats wanted them to do. And let's just say it like that. And for Obama to come out and say something so half-hearted just only exposes to me what I've known for quite some time. And it's just people just honestly, keep exposing yourselves. I'm gonna be brutally honest either way, and that's just the way it is. We black men, you should have absolutely zero problem being done with the bullshit. That's what I encourage. That's what I would like to see happen. And you can make the choice to do this or not. You're free to. It's okay. So that's pretty much all I got to say. Just go ahead, if you haven't hit like on the way out. If one of those likes isn't yours, I think I'm up to like 46, 47 right now, which is great. Thanks for the awesome support all of you always give me, and see you Sunday night with Any Given Sunday. And we're going to be talking about LeVar Ball. That's going to be a fun conversation because LeVar Ball is pretty much fun to observe at times. So, in Kev we trust. Long live the habitual line steppers. Goodbye. Oh, wait a minute. It said facts. No more Obama, said Cologne. All right. Shout out to Southeast Dusty. But yeah, I'm going to check out that link. Goodbye.